For me to say a little bit about the work that FARA is undertaking within the context of the science agenda for agriculture in Africa. We are convinced that your agriculture is as good as your science. And this is something that has propelled FARA to come up with the initiative called HELP, H-E-L-P, Holistic Empowerment for Livelihoods Program. Now, within this program, we felt it compelling to set up an initiative that will help us to build Africa's capacity for research and innovation over the next 10 years.
In May 2018, representatives from FARA visited the Federal University of Viçosa for the first time. We started discussions about how the university could cooperate with FARA for the development of agriculture in Africa. We had good reasons for high expectations about this partnership. UFV has a long tradition of excellence in teaching, research and extension, especially in areas related to agriculture and food. And FARA is the apex organization in Africa responsible for coordinating and advocating for agricultural research for development. Now we are glad to see that UFV has become one of the most important institutions to contribute to ARIFA.
In 2020, UFV may host up to 180 ARIFA fellows in short courses related to Brazilian agribusiness and in master programs on agriculture and food. The short courses taught in English are part of an initiative called the Brazilian Agribusiness Program. And the UFV...
Sorry, we are going to restart the presentation because we would like to transmit this worldwide. Okay, it was not transmitting yet. There was a technical problem. We're going to restart this presentation, and then there is going to be transmitted worldwide. This is in our YouTube channel. To just fix this, and we restart again. Sorry for the inconvenience. Desculpa, eu tinha que voltar no início. Está funcionando isso?
Não pode ficar tudo
ligado ao mesmo tempo. Quer testar?
All right, I want to welcome you once again to this event. We'll soon get started. We crave your indulgence. We will roll the video once again.
It's a great pleasure for me to say a little bit about the work that FARA is undertaking within the context of the science agenda for agriculture in Africa. We are convinced that your agriculture is as good as your science. And this is something that has propelled FARA to come up with the initiative called HELP, H-E-L-P, Holistic Empowerment for Livelihoods Program. Now, within this program, we felt it compelling to set up an initiative that will help us to build Africa's capacity for research and innovation over the next 10 years.
In May 2018, representatives from FARA visited the Federal University of Viçosa for the first time. We started discussions about how the university could cooperate with FARA for the development of agriculture in Africa. We had good reasons for high expectations about this partnership. UFV has a long tradition of excellence in teaching, research and extension, especially in areas related to agriculture and food. And FARA is the apex organization in Africa responsible for coordinating and advocating for agricultural research for development. Now we are glad to see that UFV has become one of the most important institutions to contribute to ARIFA.
In 2020, UFV may host up to 180 ARIFA fellows in short courses related to Brazilian agribusiness and in master programs on agriculture and food. The short courses taught in English are part of an initiative called the Brazilian Agribusiness Program. And the UFV-FARA Master Partnership will offer places for ARIFA fellows in all agriculture-related UFV graduate programs. For a master's degree, that usually takes 24 months. The programs involved include the ones with the highest evaluation by the Brazilian Graduate Assessment System.
More than a capacity development initiative, ARIFA has been designed with the innovation systems thinking to empower young Africans with the 21st century skills that are needed for the continent to navigate through the current global challenges, including climate change, and now with the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement.
What Africa needs today is to establish unconventional partnerships, to be innovative in creating opportunities for youth, and most important, to preserve local talent within the continent.
On behalf of the Federal University of Viçosa, I want to welcome the ARIFA Fellows on our campus, and we will do our best to give them a warm reception and show them the practice and technologies that allowed Brazil to become one of the top agricultural producing countries in the world.
We have been in a working visit with the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, one of Nigeria's very important parastatal. At the close of this very important meeting, FARA and TED Fund Nigeria signed an MOU that places all the opportunities that FARA has in the context of the FARA Brazil institutions collaboration at the reach of TED Fund and indeed the Nigerian populace. The African Research and Innovation Fellowship in Africa can now begin to see how we can use all the instruments in our hand to strengthen Nigeria's capacity to deploy science in agriculture and agribusiness.
After the formal meetings that we had dissecting the areas of partnership, cooperation, and understanding, we have agreed and subsequently proceeded to sign on behalf of TED Fund, myself, and on behalf of FARA, an MOU that expresses the areas of interest. TED Fund is funding public tertiary institutions in Nigeria, essentially universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. And research is more recently the main priority.
We don't have 50 years. All I have is 10 years. How can we make it?
With the coming of ARIFA, our mindset has now completely changed from focusing on basic research to applied research. Because for many years in this country, we have been neglecting the concept of innovative research.
This ARIFA is a very good and innovative initiative, and it has been a very good thing, at least to be able to disseminate information about what agriculture is all about, not only in my university, but the community, and to look at agriculture as like agribusiness. How do we market some of these things to a community and other states? So it has been a very good experience, very innovative and very original to FARA.
As a new university that has embraced a disruptive educational model rather than the conventional model, I found this ARIFA, FARA, and partnership to be something that we need to learn from. I decided to be part so that our interest in the program can further be emphasized.
From our own end, we try as much as possible to see that we mobilize scholars and send them to Brazil so that we can go and explore that window.
We are now reorienting our approach from just having students conduct any kind of research just to acquire the certificate, but the end result, they will not make any use of it, no. So we want to tailor our attention now towards areas that are priority needs from within the communities.
Well, it's been interesting and challenging at the same time. It has opened my eyes to a lot of areas where we need to top our technology and then carry out some things that we normally see as ordinary, but which could actually be translated innovatively to get more results.
It has been an interesting journey. I think it's about 1 year plus now. We have started, and it was fun looking after the students before some of them left for Brazil, and it has been wonderful learning and relearning under ARIFA.
For me, it's a dream come true because there's been this lacuna between research and application or implementation of research. My experience for the past few years has been that most of the research outcomes, they end up in the shelf, but you now have a tailor-made research program that can translate to products. It can be now used to enhance job creation.
We had a smooth takeover. I think we already have some kind of facilities to kick off, and I think we are the first to start the ARIFA program in Nigeria because of the facilities on ground in my university. So we just started, and it was going on smoothly.
The partnership between TED Fund, FARA, with the Federal University Vicosa in Brazil is a very commendable project, and the fund is ready and committed to put in the funds.
FARA have a goal of training 5,000 fellows in the next 10 years. When I listened to the presentation, I even felt that, is it not this number inadequate? We need to increase this number because of the value of this program to Africa.
Thank you very much. So that was the short video we wanted to show you at the beginning of the event. It's a repeat.
Good morning to all. Welcome to Universidade Federal de Viçosa. It's a great honor to receive you all here. My name is Vladimir Iorio. I'm the International Director of International Affairs. And my colleague is Professor Abdul Razak Ibrahim. He's from FARA. We will try to coordinate this first activities here. I would like to tell you that this is the very first time that we are using this space after more than 2 years. So I would like to excuse me for any inconveniences of technical problems, but only yesterday we were trying to fix this. After 2 years and a half, we haven't used anything here. This is the very first event that we are having after the pandemic. So to start, we'd like to invite higher authorities, the authorities for the higher table. And first, our rector, Professor Demetrius Davida Silva, he was not able to come. I was talking to him last night. He asked me to apologize. He was planning to come. He was in Brasilia. He had to remain in Brasilia. He has to asked me to give my apologies, especially for the ambassador that he has not met here yet. So, representing our ambassador, our rector, I would like to invite Professor Raul Narciso Guedes. He's our Dean of Research and Graduate Programs. Please, Professor Raul, take your seat. Okay. In the following, I would like to invite Dr. Yemi Akimbamijo, Executive Director of FARA. Thank you, Yemi. It's the third time that we receive Yemi here. So it's like a dream that we are fulfilling now. Thank you. Yeah. So now I would like to invite Sonny Echono, is the Executive Secretary from TED Fund. Please take your seat. Yeah. In our meetings during this week, we have known that Sonia Chono has just started his job in this position. It's a great honor that receiving him just in the beginning of maybe the first international meeting after he started his job. And at last, I would like to invite His Excellency Professor Muhammad Makafi, Nigerian Ambassador in Brazil. Thank you. Please take your seat here. So I would like to invite everyone to rise, and we will play first the national anthem of Nigeria and the following the national anthem of Brazil.
And now the national anthem of Brazil.
vamos conquistar com braço forte. Em teu seio, ó liberdade, desafia o nosso peito à própria morte. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Brasil, um sonho intenso, um raio vívido, de amor e de esperança a terra desce. Sem teu formoso céu risonho e límpido, a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece. Gigante pela própria natureza, és velho, és forte, padre do colosso, e teu futuro espelha essa grandeza. Terra adorada, entre outras mil, és teu Brasil, ó pátria amada, os filhos desse sol és bom, gente, pátria amada, Brasil.
You please have a seat. You may all sit down too. For the first speech, we would like to invite Professor Raul Narciso Guedes as the host to welcome the other participants. Representing our rector, Professor Demetrios da Vida Silva. Thank you.
Good morning. Just a few quick words. We're not really expecting to be here representing our rector, but it's complex times, and he was called to stay a little longer in Brasilia. And when the ministry calls, you end up having to follow the rules. It's good to be here, and I'd like first to apologize for this absence and welcome you all, particularly His Excellency Professor McCarthy, of course, Dr. Ekomo, and Yami, that we were able to meet and chat a little bit more yesterday together with the part of the delegation that arrived early in the week to visit us. So it's good to be here. It's good to be in good company. It's good to see so many from Nigeria finally came into Viçosa after 2 years of pandemics that messed up a little bit our plans. And Viçosa is not a particularly place to arrive or to reach. You probably noticed that by now. But we do believe that it will be worth the visit and the stay. And in the end of the day, our goal here is to teach as much as we'll be able to learn from you. Not only the scholars that will be sharing with us the next couple of years, but of course, the whole of Teddy Fund, Nigeria, and the university representatives here. And yesterday, actually, we had the opportunity to meet 2 of the vice chancellors from Lagos and Benin that would be sharing this experience with us. So starting with master, but hopefully we'll be able to build from that and profiting even more from these relationships. So without much ado, again, thank you all, and I'm looking forward to hear more from the whole experience and sharing this with all of you.
In the following, it's a pleasure to invite Dr. Yemi Akimbamijo, Executive Director of FARA.
Well, thank you very much. That's loud enough, I think. Thank you very much, Professor Vladimir Diorio. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Nigeria to the Federal Republic of Brazil, His Excellency Professor Muhammad McCarthy, the Executive Secretary of the Tertiary Education Fund of the Federal Government of Nigeria, Architect Sonny Echono, the Rector of the Federal University of Viçosa, Professor Demetrios David da Silva, here ably represented by Professor Raul, who's also the Dean of the Graduate School. Different distinguished personalities, and allow me to make the distinction of the presence of the Vice Chancellor of University of Benin, Professor Lilian Salami, and also of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Professor Bola Obo, faculty members of the University of Visosa, Federal University of Visosa here present, the faculty focal leads from the different centers in Nigeria, distinguished staff and supporters of the great work of ARIFA from the TED Fund Secretariat, all 5 duly acknowledged and recognized, and of course the ARIFA Fellows, the reason for which we are here. I greet you all and a very warm welcome to the very first symposium, ARIFA Symposium, holding this morning in the Federal University of Visosa. I will make a very short intervention, but extremely sentimental for me. This morning, I am delighted to see all the fellows in flesh and blood. I have seen all of you through the screen in many virtual meetings, but this morning I was overwhelmed when I began to eventually see warm bodies, flesh and blood on terra firma here in Visosa. Welcome. This hall is very big for the audience in here, but if you have the eye of a visionary, it is actually very full. And I see in all of the fellows, I see professors, I see captains of industry, I see a lot in the future that may not be so visible here today. Thank you. On top of that, as an agriculturist myself, I understand the concept of sowing and reaping. And the seed grows slowly, but not to plant the seed is not an option. So I am very, very excited to see that the seed that was sown in the video you saw in our premises in Accra 3 or 4 years ago, the ambassador said I had changed. That was 4 years ago. So that was the seed that was sown when we put pen to paper to sign the MOU. But today is the beginning of the fruition of that seed that was sown. So you can understand that I am emotionally overwhelmed, but I'm also extremely delighted and excited that this day has finally arrived. Well, let me tell a little story of myself before I close with some general remarks. And I really want to address the fellows. It was in 1986 that I left my girlfriend, who became my wife with time. I left my parents and every other thing that formed me. And I headed out as a lone student to the Netherlands in winter of 1986. Temperature was already below 0 when I arrived in the Netherlands, and that was already too harsh for a tropical boy. But then I met with my professor, who told me that he gave me an African philosophy, an African guiding philosophy that has remained with me till today. Some of you might have heard it, but let me repeat it for the purpose of emphasis. What did my professor tell me when I first met him in that cold morning in the Netherlands? So he told me the story of the lion and the deer in Africa. He told me that when the lion, the mother lion, wakes up in the morning, the mother lion tells the baby lion that before you can survive, for you to survive today, you have to run faster than the slowest deer. Let me repeat it. The lion only has to run faster than the slowest deer, and he can have his food for the day. But the mother deer tells the kid, says, "My dear kid, for you to survive today, you have to run faster than the fastest lion." And my professor asked me, he said, "Yemi, is that fair?" I said, "It's not fair." I said, "But that's the way things are." And I got my orientation for life in that morning in the Netherlands. If you understand the proverb, very good. If you do not, see me in privacy. But what he was trying to tell me was that I am in a terrain that is different from where I have always been, but the competition can only be stiffer. And I must meet up with the game. So I can assure you, friends, graduate studies is not a walk in the park. It's going to be tough, it's going to be challenging, but throwing in the towel is no longer an option. What has brought these eminent gentlemen, men of distinction from our country, our ambassador, the head of TED Fund, is because of you. But you are also, in your own space, you are our ambassadors, and we do wish you well in your undertakings in Brazil. The second thing I want to say before I close is another story that I learned that has guided me also for life. So hear me well, ladies and gentlemen, fellows, that in the sky there are two elements. There are two unique birds. The first is the eagle, and the second is the vulture. Both birds have perfect vision acuity. They see far. But the difference between the vulture and the eagle is that the vulture looks out for dead carcasses and the eagle looks out for live prey. So the choice is also yours. When you are in Brazil, what you catch depends on what your vision is anchored on. Again, that is a proverb for you to decode when you are about to sleep. Our theory of change, my dear ambassador and the executive secretary and Mr. Dean, we have spoken at large about the theory of change of ARIFA. It is to generate a new cohort of science-based change makers in agribusiness. But we cannot continue to graduate thousands of agriculturists every year, and yet food import is increasing. It does not make sense. And how we can change the narrative. What is the Brazilian advantage and why are we here in Brazil? There is a purpose behind ARIFA, and you fellows are our reason for creating ARIFA. If we do not break this chain, no one will break it for us. Therefore, it is very important to let you know that you are not in the as usual form of training. Rather, it is our attempt at a pedagogic retooling of the Nigerian academia, one person at a time, by imbibing the culture of excellence and success stories, and to see how these can be replicated back home. It must be our own form of a silent revolution. In closing, we are extremely grateful to the people and government of Brazil for lending us a helping hand in the spirit of the South-South collaboration. Right now, we are engaging with Viçosa and 8 other universities. And we should be able to build the critical mass in a way that we can sustain the transfer of knowledge with Brazilian backstopping. We are immensely grateful to Viçosa team, a dogged commitment to excellence. We're thankful to Demetrios, to Vladimir, to Professor Murillo, to Simone, and many more. We thank you. for believing in us. Despite all the gaps and frustrations, we will certainly pull through. And I can't get over the statement made by Professor Murillo when he stated in Abuja that Brazil has now opened its doorways and committed to help Nigeria and at large the African continent. We are so happy to be here today, and it is my joy to welcome you once again to this very first symposium of ARIFA, and I wish all of us fruitful deliberation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Yemi, for your kind words. It's also an emotional moment for us. Despite of all the difficulties and problems, you can trust that we will not give up. Okay. Thank you very much, Yemi. Thank you. Well, I think I'm breaking all the protocol. I'm very sorry for that. Sorry. And now I would like to invite Sonny Echono, Executive Secretary of TED Fund. Please, Mr. Echono, if you cannot use this microphone, I can lend mine, please.
His Excellency, the Nigerian Ambassador to Brazil, Professor McCarthy, the representative of the Rector of UFB, Professor David Da Silva, here represented by the Dean, my brother, Dr. Yomi Akimbamijo, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, members of faculty of our host university, as well as other participating universities in our Centers of Excellence program, our very distinguished scholars, my colleagues from TED Fund, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I consider it a particular honor and privilege to be here today because just like Yomi said, it is also an emotional moment for me. I was discussing with the ambassador this morning, and I traced the history of our plans as a country to collaborate with Brazil in improving agricultural research in our country. In my earlier life, as part of my career, I used to be permanent secretary in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture some 8 years ago or thereabouts. And I and the minister at the time, who went on to become the president of the African Development Bank, conceived a plan. And we sent people here to come and understudy what Embrapa was doing, basically to change the research framework and to retool, as it were, the research infrastructure that we had in Nigeria. Our objective at the time, which is also still relevant today, is to ensure that through collaboration and partnership, we'll be able to send people here who will understudy their systems and come back home to improve or modernize our agriculture, starting from issue of site selection, the use of inputs, greater use of irrigation, mechanization, use of simple tools to improve efficiencies, reduce drudgery, and improve yield. Promote various agronomic practices that will ensure that our farmers will get higher value and be able to attract even younger people to agriculture. I'm particularly pleased that under my predecessor and also FARA, we've been able to take this a notch higher by focusing on the scholars, those who will be preparing this mass of Nigerians who will practice commercial agriculture in the years to come. I believe by training the trainers, we'll be able to step up to scale in this transformation process in the modernization of our agriculture. TEDFund stands ready and is willing to participate and to collaborate with all the agencies involved, particularly to expand the program beyond the agriculture sector to other related sectors. We are particularly grateful to the government and people of Brazil, the university, the 6 participating universities currently. We hope at the end of today's discussions, we'll be looking towards more than doubling that. We'll be able to take this offer of some concessions granted to FARA and us by way of reduction in tuition and some partnership arrangements that will ensure that we can send as many students as possible here to understudy what Brazil has been able to accomplish in transforming their economy. I was particularly impressed that this is a self-reliant society, and we can see at various communities the visible marks, the impact of research, of agri-production, the impact of the university community to the community and to the people in creating jobs, in promoting innovation, and providing goods and services for their immediate consumption. I believe it is a dream that we can also achieve in our country if we are able to produce scholars like you that are committed, dedicated, and are ready to do the hard work that is necessary to achieve this objective. I am told that for you to even graduate, to get a PhD in this country, you need to have a patient, which is fantastic. Because I believe until we make our educational institutions relevant to our national development objectives in our country, we won't optimize the objectives for tertiary education. And that is why TEDFund will be, again, redoubling its efforts to see how we can accelerate the process, we can expand the collaboration, and we shall deepen this partnership in the years ahead. I thank you for the opportunity of being here.
Thank you, Achano. Now, I would like to invite for the last speech, His Excellency Professor Mohamed McAfee, Nigerian Ambassador to Brazil.
Pardon me if I have to remove my mask. It's temporary.
It's okay. Thank you.
First of all, let me start by...
So please, use this one.
Okay, it's better? No, thank you. First of all, let me start by appreciating the University of Viscosa for pairing up with the FARA, TEDFund to midwife this particular platform and symposium in which ARIFA stands. But before I do that, let me acknowledge in the order of protocol the presence of the Vice Chancellor, ably represented here by Professor and Dean, Mr. Rauf, right by my right, Professor Mikhail, who are members of the team. I also will have to recognize the presence of our teaming and very indefatigable architect, Sonny, from TED Fund, who has given us a lot of encouragement all through, not only on this forum, but in many other forums. I will not overstep my bounds by not mentioning the efforts of FARA, led by Dr. Yemi, on these efforts to midwife the program and ensure that it continues. Fellow Vice Chancellors of Benin, for instance, my sister, who has come all the way to show his commitment to this project, as well as the Deputy Vice Chancellors for the University of Lagos and the representatives of various Nigerian universities here present. My team of beneficiaries, many students, financed or supported under this program. I wish to join here in welcoming our guest now in Brazil, because now you are part of Brazil, and certainly whomever arrives here a few days ago came to meet you here. And some of you might even be speaking good Portuguese. So I always say that you are the hosts of the oncoming generation, so we welcome them all to Brazil and hope they will enjoy their stay in Brazil. Of course, my team from the embassy, we have 3-4 members of staff from the embassy who are here with us, and they will continue to be with this symposium until the end, and of course follow up on any further actions that we need to do in order to facilitate and fast track whatever support this program requires from the sides of Nigerian government, and then facilitating communications with various Brazilian institutions to make it a reality. This will be an ongoing thing, because that is the only way such projects are sustained. So I wish to ensure everyone that this will be one of the cardinal issues we hope to pursue. Next, I must thank you so much for also again for hosting at the right time, because this is when we need it most. The federal government of Nigeria has anchored its major policy objective on food security as one of the pillars of the federal government led by President Muhammad Buhari. And way back home, you know that the most important and critical issue that he has set out to tackle is the issue of food security. This is the very varietal platform on which this can be achieved. By learning and deploying science and technology to our agriculture, to our manufacturing activities, in various other fields and sectors, this transformation can be achieved. And that is why the administration has been foremost in taking all steps in order to curtail importation of food items. Our bill for food every year is in excess of $2 billion. In wheat and rice alone, in wheat alone, we import more than $685 million worth of food every year. In rice, we were importing more than $380 million of worth of rice. Today, as I tell you today, all these figures have come down, largely due to the efforts of the federal government's drive to improve on food production and reduce the levels of poverty among his people. And for this, we commend the government of President Muhammad Buhari for the pyramids we have seen in rice and maize, which everyone has witnessed across the world. We have this effort, and particularly the deployment of agricultural research will further help us to enhance this performance, improve productivity, not only in rice and maize, but also in other sectors, in other commodities, as well as other sectors of the economy. You are the ambassadors of Nigeria here in Brazil, for most of you who are here to study, and obtain your PhDs, masters and PhDs, and go back to Nigeria with skills as well as start incubating new entrepreneurships. This is where we expect you to focus attention on, to learn the skills, and then be able to localize them when you get to Nigeria. Deployment of science and technology alone would not feature if we just copy, because technology cannot be transferred, just like you transfer a bottle of water. No, you have to adapt it to your situations. And it is for you, through research, that you'll be able to see what are the challenges and what you will need to address, and you will go back home. I hope you will bear this in mind as you study in Brazil, and feel free to unearth any problem that you think you don't understand before you leave. It's a challenge, and it's a hope, my hope, that you people will not only learn the skills, but also the business of developing these skills to profitable levels. For any project to be sustainable, it must be able to set itself through. And the way it can do that is to ensure that you are able to deploy it profitably. And so don't be mindful of this particular focus. Yes, you are academicians, but we want to marry the aspects of academic performances with actual needs of society, and the process sustain our food security situation. So personally, I believe you have a lot of challenges, in addition to you being pursuing your studies here on academics and acquiring skills, but doubling up and seeing how they are doing it here. You have seen how they have been able to achieve milestones in the productions of crops and livestock. Take, for instance, in rice, we are getting 3, 4, 5, 3, 4 tons per hectare. In Brazil, I know I visited some fields where they recorded over 10 metric tons per hectare, using the same kinds of resources we deploy in Nigeria. The same size of land, the same size of, and again, almost identical climatic conditions, identical kind of soils, and in all respect, but you get less than 20, 30% of what they're getting. So the scope is quite clear. There's a gap in productivity, largely because of the deployment of science and technology and its management. And this is why I want you to focus. Where are we getting defenses, and why are we getting these defenses? This is your subject for research, and that is why you are here. And I hope that I don't need to re-emphasize this point for those that are here to study and go back. TED Fund will be much, much happier and will be a higher pedestal if today the number of people that are trained and that have transformed the economy of Nigeria in the agricultural sector, in processing sector, in value addition, in marketing, in branding of various agricultural products, as well as distribution of these to various parts of the world, not only in Nigeria. That will be a basis for TED Fund to really show its transformative role in gingering Nigerian scientists, Nigerian academicians, into making Nigeria a better place for all of us. And I will continue to support Architect Sonny's efforts in this direction. But by coming here alone, when he has just recently assumed office, it's an indication that he gives this a high priority. And you people have an innumerable access for you to TED Fund for whatever support you needed to have in order to make this a reality. I hope you take this advantage and avail yourself with all the opportunities to learn and to incubate new businesses and to develop them further. Finally, before I rest my case, I don't have many stories to tell like my brother, Dr. Yemi. He has so many anecdotes, and I'm impressed by the way he presented them. I don't have as much to share. But one thing I must remind us is that as he says that the vulture is a patient bird, it waits until they finish the carcass. I mean, when it watches from a distance patiently until you get to the end, and then it comes and chops the rest. We in Nigeria want you to remember that yes, patience will fail, but we do not have time to waste. We will not wait. We must begin to run. We must run and over to get to where we have most of the different scenarios we have. In Nigeria, we have over 200 million people. And the shortfall in food production is real. We cannot afford to continue. Thank God we have some income coming through some other means. But imagine when there is no oil, there's no other thing, and you have to rely on farming as you used to have prior to independence. What do you think will happen with our 70% of our people? And the whole of West Africa, in fact, the whole of Africa, the whole of Africa depends on Nigeria to some extent, to a large extent. Depends on Nigeria for food and many other essentials. What will happen with this kind of population? Every other person in West Africa is a Nigerian. Every one other person. So imagine what will happen to the whole of that region if we do not deploy the science and technology in order to improve agriculture. Half of that is in dry lands. The dry lands there are more difficult to manage because it produces challenges for irrigation. Because you already have a rainy season that is lasting only 6 months, a maximum of 6 months or less. And you cannot multiply crop production with only 6 months of rains. So a supplementary irrigation becomes critical for most part of it, because we are just bordered the desert. So that is why it doubles up on you, that you must explore opportunities as it is to understudy how they are coping up with these strategies. In Brazil here, a number of them have 3 crops around the year in many places. Because they have the technology, they can deploy irrigation, and there can be so many other things. So I will once again want to urge you that we cannot be patient enough to just listen and wait until we do our own research. They have already done a lot for us here. All we need is see what we can easily take and quickly be able to adapt and utilize on our fields in order to improve our productive capacity. Once again, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to be here. I'll continue to support this process. And feel free to access us in the embassy whenever you need anything in order to facilitate. Either you stay here or whatever you want to learn, which we are in a position to support. Thank you so much for the opportunity for everyone. Finally, I will take this opportunity to declare this symposium open. And I wish us as very successful deliberations. And we will take the outcomes of these symposiums to our various sectors among all stakeholders. The University of Bisosa, who has gracefully hosted this, we once again appreciate this, and we hope that the collaboration will continue, not only in Nigeria, but beyond Nigeria and in all African countries, and across all fields, not only in agriculture, but in other sectors of the economy. Once again, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, Abdulrazak Ibrahim will say some words about the objectives of this meeting, and then after this, we can just finish this session and have a group photo before we start the second section of this meeting.
All right, thank you very much, Vladimir. So let me stand on existing protocols and welcome everyone. So in terms of objectives, we have already circulated a concept note for this meeting, but just to say that it's good we have a common understanding of what is ARIFA, the Agricultural Research and Innovation Fellowship for Africa. We have, over the next 2 days, a series of activities that we will be engaged in to allow us to improve our understanding of the ARIFA program, to also particularly internalize the Integrated Agricultural Research for Development concept that FARA preaches on, and also bring about partnership, foster partnership among us. Here, there are our leaders at the high table. We have the faculty focal leads, the students themselves, the university community, and representatives from participating institutions. So all of these various stakeholders will come together at various stages in the course of this symposium to really understand each other. We want to have a feel of what is it like to be studying in Brazil from the point of view of the students, so that we identify the challenges that they are facing and see how we can improve them. And finally, because of the increasing interest in the program, what has been happening is that there are more Brazilian universities that have picked interest in the program. And so one of the activities we have lined up here is to celebrate the signing of MOU between FARA and FAUBAI. FAUBAI is the Federation of International Education here. That is an umbrella of about 40 Brazilian universities that will also be part of the program moving forward. So these are the objectives, but we will improve on our understanding as we listen to our leaders, as we listen to watch presentations and engage with each other. Vladimir and I will be here to support you all the way. And so I thank you very much for this. Vladimir? I think the next activity is we're going to have a photo op, right? So the photographers, if you're here, a gente vai ter fotógrafo, né? Daniel? Okay. Yeah. So first we will have pictures of the high table, members of the high table. Photographers, please. But you can tell us the best position. Where? So after this, the next picture, yeah, the Vice Chancellors, yeah. Okay, so the whole group remains. I will invite representatives from the Brazilian universities, representantes das universidades brasileiras, os professores que vieram com os alunos. Pode subir aqui. Olu?
Just to notice that one of the representatives of Brazilian universities is actually a Nigerian. Is it Professor James here? Yeah.
So you can pode voltar. No. Now we will invite the staff from TED Fund.
Oh, staff from TED Fund.
TED Fund and the embassy. Staff from TED Fund and the embassy, Nigerian embassy. Yvonne, please. No, Podge. So after this, we will have leaders with the FFLs. Thank you. So members of staff of TED Fund and the embassy can return to their seats. Now let's have the faculty focal leads from six different universities in Nigeria. So the fellows, you can start preparing, because once they're done, I will call you. All right, so let's have this. The fellows, you stand here.
Okay, the beneficiaries.
Yes, the students. Yes, you can line up here. Photographers, please guide us if they're standing at the right position. Yeah, some of you can come up, maybe. Yeah. Let's have. Do we need to move forward, maybe, a little?
Yeah, to close the gap.
Mais luz aqui, por favor. Just one last picture, please. Just one last picture with the UFV team, Vladimir and Murillo, please. Vladimir, Murillo, por favor. Marisa e Elisa, cadê vocês?
Where is Murillo? Okay.
Marisa e Elisa, cadê?
Vladimir.
Vladimir is not there. He's missing.
Please, just hold on. Marisa and Elisa are coming. They will join us.
These are the workforce.
Yes.
I have to run faster.
Thank you very much. So what we have now is a short, this is when we'll have the keynote presentation. Yes.
So you may step down. Thank you, everyone. Yes. So, thank you for the first discussion and first it'll be a keynote presentation. We will have Dr. Yemi Akimbamijo. The title of his presentation, at least according to the program, is Africa-Brazil Systemic Transformation of the Nigerian Agriculture Innovation System, Lessons from Brazil. Okay. Yes, please. Sorry. Let me get my things.
No, that's okay.
I don't know if maybe this one is.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Vladimir and Abdulrazak, for a great job. Your Excellency, please allow me to stand on existing protocol as I go on to give the keynote presentation of this very important and august event of the very first ARIFA Symposium that is being held here in Viçosa. So the title of my presentation is An Ambitious Attempt at a Systemic Transformation of the Nigerian Agricultural Innovation System and What Lessons we Can Pick from Brazil. This is one of my favorite statements from a noble statesman. And this is Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru of India, who once stated that most things can wait, but agriculture cannot. And it cannot be more true. We heard it from the ambassador a short while ago, that there's no time to lose. And as a matter of fact, the essence of this kind of statement is to underscore the urgency of the situation we are in. Why is it, thank you, why is it that the Nigerian government is opting to fast-track the process of training or raising the human capital in Nigeria at a time like this? Globally, for more than 800 million people going to bed tonight, food is medicine. It doesn't come as a routine, so we're still in a state where we need to meet the critical demand of sustainable livelihoods for more than 800 million people. Given my two-slide opener, I would just want to now intimate you with the presentation plan. I will start with an introduction of what I call breaking the glass ceiling, and then I go on to speak about the new modalities on how we must break the jinx. and then approaches to partnership models and how this whole thinking has evolved, and looking at the institutionalization of the ARIFA model, and then we'll close with lessons from Brazil, the South-South technical or triangular collaboration model and the ARIFA model, and then some concluding remarks. But I think it's good to say a few words about the institution that I work for, and this is how FARA, the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, the technical arm of the African Union Commission and technical arm to the African Union Development Agency, what used to be NEPAD. So when you look at, this is the configuration of FARA with what I call the 4 legs of my table. So it's the North African Sub-Regional Organization, it's the, oops, sorry, I'm looking for the pointer. Okay, I don't think we have one. So the CORAF is in the west, and CADESA is in the south, and ASARECA in the east. And this is just a little bit about the way of our delivery impact, what we call the impact to delivery pathways. And it starts by looking at the 5 functions of FARA as the bottom line of what we do in FARA, that then stimulates the primary level of delivery in the pathway, which are the 3 things about increasing productivity, improving competitiveness, and enhancing resilience. And we believe that if we achieve this primary level, we can impact on the ultimate goal of food security, which is, as you know, SDG numbers 1 and 2, and number 5. Then incomes and jobs, increase resilience, and improve natural resource management. In a way, we contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, we contribute to Agenda 2063, and also contribute to the STISA, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa. But we're confronted with a lot of challenges, and just when you look at these global representation of where we have the capital challenges, and you can see this is the global map that is drawn according to the scale of human capital. While some countries have become obese, some have really become near extinct. So when you look at the African map, you can hardly place Africa when you put it in comparison with other parts of the world. And you can see where Brazil is as well, but I will speak a little bit more to that in a short while. You can see how the US, you see China, you see how the northern countries have grown, but you find that the challenge we're facing on the continent, 20,000 African agricultural professionals are migrating every year. Now, you cannot build the home base when your human capital is always on the move. And that is one of the reasons why we thought if we can enhance the capacity of the Nigerian youth or the young and upcoming academics, we may be able to reverse this trend. Again, when you look at the biological challenges, nutrition is still a big issue. And I always say it, you can only be as strong as your science in terms of reaping the benefits of development. So when you look at the scenario here, there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of looking at how, if you use the stunting of the first 5 years of children, then you can see that we are still very much below what the global average should be like. And we also have security challenges. We have a lot of conflicts that kind of, affect the way we work and also, put up a lot of difficulties. And when you look at those two maps representing how we have the food insecurity on the continent, you can see that Africa is actually a country that is in need. So we need to see how we can, as much as possible, reverse this trend. Then finally, we have what I call the systemic challenges. We do not have our own data. Without data, you don't get information. Without information, you don't have knowledge. So we must find ways and means of building metadata that can inform our decision makers, and we can have all that we need to be able to have an evidence-based policy within our system. The cost of technology. Some people say science is expensive, but the absence of science is far more expensive. Then, in terms of human capacity, how much knowledge do we have to be able to address the paucity in knowledge? When you look at the demographic limitations, our young folks are exiting the continent. The average age of the African farmer today is 65 years old. And when you look at the irony of the situation, is that most of the young folks who should be on the crop fields, they are the ones in the battlefields fueling the conflicts. So those who should be in the cornfields are in the battlefields. And those who are in the cornfields, they are too old to make anything happen. So we need to see how we can change that. Then there's the issue of a weak governance and also very poor experience. And that's why we think that ARIFA is a good idea, that if you can come and see how best practice is being deployed in a country like Brazil, then you will be able to get some influence in the way you think and do things and bring that back home. Then when you look at this map here, it shows to scale how governments are investing in R&D. And of course, if you are not investing in R&D, it is actually locking yourself out of development. And so you can see countries like the US, like China, almost 500 billion of investment in R&D, and you cannot see from where you are seated, but Nigeria is there. You need a magnifying lens to see it, but we are there. Oh, okay. So, sorry. All right. So, what then are the opportunities that we have? Because we cannot just cover our face and bemoan our challenges. There are opportunities, number one of which is the youth population of over 60%. And that's why we believe that the ARIFA is also a good idea to capacitate our young folks and try to use that opportunity to turn the wheel in Nigeria. The second is that 80% of the freshwater bodies globally, we have them. But the utilization of freshwater bodies in Africa is still very, very low, abysmally low. We are doing irrigation less than 5%. So freshwater utilization, even though in abundance, it is still a gold mine that is not fully exploited. And then when you look at the arable land, we have over 70% of global arable land, but our import bill is still rising. Something is not adding up. Then when you look at the political opportunities, we have 55 countries on the continent, and the opportunities are growing, especially with the African Free Trade Continental Agreement that now puts Africa as one global market. And how can we tap into that market? We need to be able to use our collective actions through the sub-regional and regional opportunities to be able to capture what we call the economies of scale. Now, to go into the models, this is what we call the FARA partnership model. And you can see there are 5 circles, but they are basically the same circle replicated 5 times. And this is what the systemic thinking of the agricultural innovation systems is like. It's always composed of extension, the private sector, the producer, the policymaker, the education, including research, and you have it at the global level. That's the GIFA, Global Forum for Agricultural Research, cascading down to FARA, that's the continental, then to the SROs, that's CORAF, ASARECA, and then to the national. In Nigeria is the ARCN, the Agricultural Research Council for Nigeria, responsible for that. Then when you look at, these are the spheres of influence. That's the global sphere, the regional sphere, the sub-regional, national, and the local. So this is a slide that encapsulates how we think that we can use the science in Brazil to deliver knowledge and technology to Nigeria. When you look at this red box here, the top there is the Nigeria Relevant Brazilian AR4D knowledge, products, and technologies. That's what we are gunning for. And where do we pick them from? It's from the cohort of universities that you have the representation of Nigerian scholars right now. And this is by the facilitation of FARA and UFV and the FAOBI and MBRAPA. And then with the support of TED Fund, the African Union, ECOWAS, Afrexim Bank, and then we move down to where we have the first knowledge of technology deliveries, the secondary and tertiary. So we find here that the facilitators of the outreach across the countries and regions, these are all the game players, the actors that help us to deliver what we do best. And again, we must understand that everything we are doing must end in the market. If there is no market orientation, the incentive to produce will no longer be there. So one of the things we push for, especially within the context of the Centers of Excellence, is the innovation platform approach. And what is this innovation platform? What is it all about? We've seen this yesterday at the Center for Innovation Technology. I think I get it right. But it is a platform where the producers, researchers, the private sector investor, policymakers, the communication expert, credits, and the traders, they all come together, but the caveat is that everybody must have a financial benefit. So that's the incentive and the mega pool that is driving our innovation platforms. So when you look at the operational frame, you must have a product that you are developing, you must have a market prospect, you must have an agribusiness approach, and using and drawing on the alumni of ARIFA to be able to derive the maximum benefits in the work that we are doing. Now, these two pictures, they say that a picture says more than 1,000 words. This is one of my favorite pictures in delivering excellence in agribusiness. For those of us who are from Nigeria, you will definitely be familiar with the picture on the left. But the challenge is for us to ensure that we reduce post-harvest losses, we raise productivity, and we ensure that there is market information, market intelligence to be able to drive productivity. Thank you, Abdul. And so what we want to do is to move to the right-hand side, where there is a lot of organized market structure, where there is a lot of policy and a very structured market facility that can drive the incentive for productivity. Otherwise, if you cannot sell, there is no rationale to produce. Now, what does it mean for us to break the glass ceiling in terms of achieving food and nutrition security in Africa? This is something that it is so close, but yet very far. So close because we have everything that it takes to change the scenario, but so far because we do not have the requisite science to break the jinx. There are a few iconic moments and persons, so you know how you got to this room for the fellows. One of the people that, these are the people that I think drove the passion and the rationale behind ARIFA. It all started at World Food Prize 2017 of Dr. Akin Adesina, where I was privileged to meet with a prominent Brazilian former agricultural minister, Mr. Alisson Paulinelli, who in the same meeting where I first met him, I also met with the former rector of this university. She's Professor Nilda, and she, at the moment when we met in 2017 in Iowa, she immediately introduced Visosa to us, and we began to pursue the opportunities. The next is the Embrapa facility, and then, of course, coming into UFV, ultimately to discuss how we can sign agreements with the university. We also had a series of meetings in the context of the South-South Development Technical Cooperation. This picture is what happened in India at the Punjab Agricultural University, where we have been offered opportunity. And this university is phenomenal. When we went there with the deputy governor of Jigawa State at the time, and that's him between me and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Singh. At that time, this university has registered 5 Nobel laureates in terms of their acumen in science. Phenomenal, phenomenal, Punjab Agricultural University. And then this picture is when the ARIFA was launched during the Brazil-Africa Agribusiness Innovation Network. That was in 2018 in Salvador. And in the middle there is a Ghanaian ambassador lighting a candle, and some businessmen and some partners joining in the celebration there. And then this was our meeting at Sena. This is a Brazilian parastatal that is also interested in supporting financially and otherwise the whole concept of ARIFA. We met them, I believe this was in Salvador. And then we also established relationship with Embrapa Cassava Center in Cruz das Almas and in 2019, and then at the Brasilia headquarters, where we met with the president of Embrapa. These are some of the publications that we have done. We also have placed students in Italy. Right now we have 2 students in Italy under ARIFA. And coming to university here, this was the moment we were received in 2018 by the former Vice Chancellor, and that was me presenting to her the Portuguese version of the Science Agenda for Agriculture in Africa at the office of the Vice Chancellor next building here. And then in 2019, the new Vice Chancellor, the Rector, Professor Dimitrios, received us, and in the picture here we signed the MOU that we can now bring students from Nigeria. So that was the official Kairos moment when everything really began to happen. And that was the former executive secretary at a meeting when we launched ARIFA in Sao Paulo. And down here is the former, she's still the State Minister of Education, Barrister Wajuba, launching ARIFA in Sao Paulo. So the goal is that we have a proof of concept that if we can produce 5,000 PhD and MSc students within the context of this new orientation, our food security scenario will never be the same again. And so we've started with a small crop of 120 from Nigeria, and we have already spoken with the new ES who's extremely committed and sold out to this program, and he is also rooting to have this number increased. And with the existing opportunities being given to us in a cohort of 40 federal universities, I think now the sky is the limit. This is for those who may know Callistus Juma. He is a phenomenal, he was a phenomenal African who influenced many of us. And he used to say that for every African problem, there is a Brazilian solution. He believed a lot in innovation. He's probably the one single African that still had a membership of both the American and the British Academy of Sciences in his lifetime. He's now deceased. So when you listen to a person like Callistus Juma saying there is a Brazilian solution, then it begs the question, why ARIFA, why Brazil? And I'm happy to note that some of the fellows are already seeing the reason why Brazil and finding merit in the decision of the government of Nigeria to support ARIFA fellows in Brazil. We understand there is a dearth of capacity, there's no question about that, and the impact of the Africa Centers of Excellence is still very, very meager. We have weak capacities to innovate, and there is low commercialization of agricultural technologies. And of course, we need to do something drastic to engage our youth. So ARIFA, therefore, responds to the vision of the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, the STISA, of the African Union, through strengthening the African agricultural innovation systems. So I spoke a lot about the theory of change of this whole concept. The theory of change in ARIFA is about is premised on breaking the vicious recycling of what we call the near moribund and non-responsive innovations, using the transfer of expertise and technologies model with a strong business slant. This will help Nigeria to overcome the mismatch of endless production of agro-allied graduates in the face of incessant rising food bills. It doesn't make sense that we are generating graduates, pushing graduates out every year, and the food bill is increasing every year. You increase agricultural graduates every year, and yet food bill is growing up, something is not working right. So if the theory of change is not working, like a friend of mine says, you change the theory. Where are the value add of ARIFA? It kind of helps in the replication of innovations and solutions. So what we'll see in Brazil, and is replicable in Africa, in Nigeria in particular, using the hand-holding technologies from Brazilian partners, we should be able to move technologies across the ocean. It's actually short. The distance between Brazil and Nigeria is getting shorter. We also use this to confront the brain drain and to have Africans and indeed Nigerians that are extremely capacitated to confront the challenges in agriculture, and then to have a holistic approach to capacity development and then delivering livelihoods using the innovation platform approach. So these are some of the publications, the prospectus, and we will be launching the second edition of the prospectus by tomorrow. So today we are here this is the first partnership meeting that was held in Abuja in February, and we're very glad that we could have Professors Vladimir and Murillo coming to the meeting in Abuja last February. These are the fellows from Nigeria upon arrival in Brazil. So when they set foot in Brazil, we were all very excited when we saw these first pictures of Nigerian fellows arriving in Brazil. I also want to state that ARIFA is now on the United Nations South-South Office of the South-South Collaboration as a working model that can be replicated by other countries. So that is something that is very positive for Nigeria. So this is a screenshot from the website of the UN Office of the South-South Collaboration. Let me now go to close on what are the lessons from Brazil. A few things we have in common. I know you are clapping for the Akara. No, I'm sure it's the football. And that was 1994 with the phenomenal Kanu, when Brazil beat Nigeria. Oh, no, okay. Some people are very current. This was one match that I also live to remember. Okay, so that was Nigeria and Brazil. We are both very, very crazy over football. They have Akara like us. They call it Akaraje, and that's like that. And this is the Lagos Carnival. That's the Rio Carnival. We have the Gurara Falls and some falls there, but in Brazil, they have the falls in Falls de Iguaçu. I was there once, and it's a phenomenal. It's the largest fall, largest dam in the world. And so you see, we also have a lot in terms of cultural relations between Nigeria and Brazil. All the Orishas in Yoruba land, you will find them here, still alive and kicking. The Yemoja, Oshun Shogo, Obatala, Baba Obaluaye, all of those, they are still here, alive and kicking. But when you look at the demographics, in terms of land mass, Brazil is 8.36 million. That's 8 times bigger than Nigeria. So you see where we are, Nigeria. Nigeria is the bottom there, and Brazil. So you can see in a comparative sense where we are in terms of land mass. In fact, Brazil has 3 time zones, if not 4. And when you look at the population and land use, we are still, Nigeria has per capita a higher land holding. But when you look at arable land per person, Brazil is higher because they have taken advantage of the cerrados and all the technologies that are available to optimize their land resources. So we are still lacking behind on that. When you look at the arable land and farms, so we still like that, but we are not on this number of farms because we are just too low. But Brazil appears number 4 there, compared behind China and India. And this is just a picture that shows the agroecological zones that offer the kind of opportunities we are looking for, especially in the 6 geopolitical zones that we have these centers of excellence. So I should finish. This is what we call the power of the South-South collaboration. For us, we have the Nigeria, Cuba, Brazil, India, and China, all of them, you know, holding their hands together to support Nigeria initiative. So the opportunities we have with these countries are enormous. If we tap them, we will be able to draw maximum benefits. So in terms of the Holistic Empowerment for Livelihood program, it is driven by a Global South partnership that delivers livelihood to Africa by leveraging on South-South triangular cooperation. And the help has 4 axes. So the first is ARIFA, which is what we've been talking about. It's a mobility and exchange program. For instance, we will love to see professors from Visosa going to University of Benin, University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, exchanging faculties. Then we have business-to-business program, where we have Brazilian businessmen partnering with Nigerian businessmen, and then what we call the Africa Innovation Award. We also leverage on previous experience with Brazil. When I took on my position as Executive Director of FARA in 2013, we were already midway implementing the Africa-Brazil Marketplace. And that's a program where I also met Dr. Abdulrazak Ibrahim, who was really a shining star at that time. And I said, no, man, you are coming back to Africa. You've stayed too long in Brazil. And then after that, we had the MBOSS, the Building on Successes of the Marketplace. What are the lessons from the Africa-Brazil? We developed 34 expressive outputs. We empowered 1,177 experts in the program. We had 924 germplasm exchanges. We have 93, the experts programs. We have 131 publications and so on. And in the context of the new type of science, we have now a new narrative within the ARIFA initiative that should allow us to set up innovation platforms in the centers of excellence and to allow twinning opportunities between Brazilian universities and Nigerian universities. This is not yet done, but this is an opportunity that is waiting to happen. So we will have hand-holding, twinning, and technology transfer, what we call learning by doing. In closing, we have the big lessons. Number one, that innovations must be public goods. So all research outputs and technologies must end up serving the public good. It's no longer tenable that you get your PhD and put it in your pocket and you are gallivanting around as doctor, and not being able to contribute to the society. There should be also massive capacity building drive to train scientists abroad over a long period of time and up to a point where we will build enough home-based capital that we don't need to send people overseas anymore. Brazil has reached that point. I call it the maturation phase. I'm told that Brazilians do not need to go out for masters or PhD anymore because the expertise is in country. And then there is some emphasis on knowledge that builds public good. Again, I celebrate Dr. Abdulrazak, who's one of the people I think is doing a lot of good to serve the continent. That was him as in his younger version, as a student in Brasilia. And below there is the patent that he got out of his PhD thesis. And that is now deposited here in Brazil, serving the Brazilian people. I'm not angry about that, but I think we need more to help the Nigerian scenario. So I told him we seconded him to Brazil, but it's time to bring him back home. In conclusion, what are the imperatives for this strategic alliance? alliances rather, we need to retool Nigeria's AR4D. The TED Fund Centers of Excellence must be centers of excellence in word and in deed. I think that's Unilag. So, we're not far from the post. So, we also need to exchange knowledge and technologies. We must embrace joint capacity development, advance research frontiers, and do joint efforts to address developmental issues around production, productivity, and sustainable systems, develop joint response to global health and nutritional issues, balance global trade on agricultural commodities by stimulating significant growth in our ag sector, and the use of agriculture as a remedy to social ills, unemployment, hunger, poverty, malnutrition, domestic violence, etc. And finally, agriculture must be the tool for addressing youth migration, capital flight. This is my last slide, is the power of collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yemi. So can we have the light here on the high table? Podemos ter mais luz aqui na... Isso, obrigado. All right, so we will have the ED responding to a few questions. We'll just have a little session. So to drive that, let me invite to the high table His Excellency Professor Muhammad McCarthy, the Ambassador. I also invite Architect Sonny Echono, the Executive Secretary of TED Fund, and Professor Lilian Salami. So thank you very much. So we have had the presentation in which we've seen some kind of analysis, comparison between Brazil and Nigeria, looking at the agro-eco-cultural interfaces that we see. So often I say that Brazilians are much more African, actually, than they care to admit. Just come here, spend a few months, and you will see that. Now, let me start with you, Professor Lilian Salami, the Vice Chancellor of University of Benin. Back there in Nigeria, you're leading a very important university. It's a university located in Benin, one of the oldest civilizations in the world. We visited you some few weeks back, and you've seen some of the data, presented by Dr. Yemi. What is your experience and expectations in terms of ARIFA?
Hello, let me first of all acknowledge the protocol. His Excellency, the Executive Secretary of TED Fund, and of course our own presenter, Dr. Yemi, and our august visitors. I am here in two capacities, just as Professor Lilian Salami, and also representing the public universities in Nigeria. So I think I'll be doing some benefits to us all here if I quickly just look at the university, the system in Nigeria, and how this eventually will fit into the Brazilian experience. And I please ask that you give me maybe some few additional minutes instead of just giving me 2 or 3 minutes to make my comments. Now, what are the strengths if you look at the Nigerian system, the university system? Of course, we have the teeming population. Yesterday, I told the rector, or 2 days ago, that my university is over 60,000 students, and the University of Lagos is even topping that with a little bit more. And if we're about 49, that tells you for the federal institutions that we have, mammoth, population of youths. So we have the manpower also. In our faculties, for instance, and I give my university as an example here, of a little bit over 2,000 faculty members, 42% of those are professors in the different, specialized areas. So we are doing very well in terms of manpower. Now, in terms of admission, for my university alone, every year where you have admission requests, we have up to about 55, youths wanting to come into the university. That, of course, is a huge population. We also have our emphasis on research because our mandate actually is at least to educate, carry out research, and of course, your community, development is also infused in that. Now, however, in terms of all of this, we do have our weaknesses. Now, what are some of the weaknesses that we have experienced over the recent times? And that is emigration of good hands. We are finding not only the youths or the middle age, but even the professorial cadre are beginning to find their way out of the system. We are also finding gender issues, especially if we bring to the fore here agriculture. Most times, when you look at the population, it's always the men who want to even do agriculture, if there is any. We also find that the admission request is most times tilted towards health-related courses. And I will tell you what the slogan is. If you can't get there, they will throw you to agriculture, and the children start crying. I don't want to go into agriculture, I want to read medicine. And so we have that issue. And then, of course, like I said, the girls. Now, we have problem, and again, these are weaknesses, but we have moved away from some of this. We're trying to build on our curriculum or curricula, which in some cases has been there for quite some time. We are also on bonding, because we find that the university system, Nigeria, cannot be left alone. There is no period for catch up. We must go with the trend, in the world. And so what are some of those things that we think are trying to rewrite the thinking of the Nigerian university? Now, the mindset. We're beginning to find that we cannot develop, even when we look at the SDGs, that agriculture, education, poverty, and inclusiveness are tied together, that we cannot divorce one from the other. And so you cannot now be a self-sufficient nation when indeed your people are impoverished, as well as, hunger is showing on the face of your citizens. So we are finding that once we begin to look and prioritize agriculture, that is going to be take the other parts and get the goals of the SDG and even national goals achievable. We are also happy that government is intensifying in terms of addressing the issues in the university, and thanks to TED Fund. Like I always joke, without TED Fund, most of our universities would have been looking as glorified primary schools. But thank God that TED Fund is coming to our rescue. And so most of our universities are getting facelift in terms of infrastructure, in terms of training of our faculty members. And so we are getting there. We are also thankful to TED Fund that they're bringing in centers of excellence. Now, what that has done, it has brought up the niche areas for the geopolitical zones, the 6 geopolitical zones. So if you are blessed, for instance, in Edo State and the environment, the South-South, where we have lots and lots of water, That is why University of Benin has the niche area of aquaculture development as well as food technology. So we're having a lot of this, and that is giving us the platform to perform much better than we were before now. Where emphasis is now trying to build the centers to be research hub, areas where anyone from from over the world, any part of the world, can actually call on the university, and we will have the state-of-the-art, not only in terms of infrastructure, but information to render to these persons. We are also beginning to have more graduates who are now beginning to see the necessity to develop the capacity in agriculture. And that is because, of course, we are having more and more relationship with industries now. Hitherto before now, of course, we were all carried along with the belief that once your research is done, you hang it on the shelf, we become professors of this and that. But now, you are now professing better, just as Jerry Ghana will say, if you're a professor, profess better, if you're a doctor, doctor better. And so we're beginning to see that, and that is, of course, building on our graduates.
So,
now,
Professor Salami, let me just say that, hold that thought, right? Because I'll come back to you.
Okay.
I know you have just been elected as the Vice President of the African Association of African Universities,
yes.
Right? So we will come back to the questions around innovation and how UNB can key in very well into the ARIFA program, and then you can package all of this and give me. Meanwhile, I just want to hand over the mic to Dr. Architect Sonny Eshono. He is not only managing one of the most important parastatal in Nigeria, as far as we're concerned, because education is the DNA of development, right? He is also coming from a background of someone who has been at the Ministry of Agriculture. So all our national agriculture investment plans, I would say he's been part of the story, part of the history. He's quite aware of the Sustainable Development Goals, the African Union Agenda 2063, CADAP, and so on. And now coming to a platform like this where there's an opportunity for us to learn from Brazil. Sir, so my question to you is, in the light of the presentation by Dr. Yemi, and the key challenges and opportunities that he has highlighted, and your experience, and we quite appreciate the commitment, just coming here. What do you see in the horizon?
Thank you very much. First, I would like to commend again Yemi for that excellent presentation, and to say I believe, just like our scholars here, it will have triggered thoughts on processes on how we can leverage on the opportunities that are here in this country to improve the system back home. Starting with some of the obvious that have been stated, that here, in terms of the climate, the vegetation, the soil types, and so on, there is a great deal of similarity between Brazil and Nigeria, meaning whatever works here, whatever grows here, whatever can be done here, should also be, it's possible to replicate it back home. That's the first part. Then, of course, leveraging on our common history and culture and level of technology, it will also mean that we don't need to take too much of a leap in taking some of the products of research, sort of the simple tools and machines and all the improvements in their processes back home. So I want to challenge our scholars to do a number of things. First, that Third Fund has two windows, as you are aware. You are participating in one already, the academic staff training and development. So we sponsor scholars to acquire higher degrees. And just as Madam just said, it is not enough to get a PhD and decorate your office with it. When we talk about PhDs being research-based, I saw the slide earlier that talked about research for development, not even and development, research for development. I mentioned earlier that there's a template here already that in Brazil, for your PhD program, you are expected to have a patent, to do something, even if it's just an improvement, an additive, or if it is a particular type of seed that will be resistant to pests, resistant to all sort of fungi or whatever, that you should own something that you know is making practical impact, is solving a problem or addressing a challenge back home. And we have millions of them. We've heard a lot about the things that are wrong with our agriculture, starting from identifying the applicable or suitable soil type for any type of crop, planting the right type of seeds, the quality of our seeds, for example, things that have direct impact on yield and productivity. We'll expect that in your areas of research, you should think about those incremental improvements that will translate to either efficiencies or improve yield and productivity. I think it's so important that you do that. We've toyed up with the idea of having lecturer exchanges, but we know how difficult this can be because first, the issue of remuneration. That unfortunately, what is being paid back home is not enough to attract scholars from other parts of the world. There are any professors earning less than $1,000. I hope our Brazilian friends are not listening. You know. And on the other hand, if we send our own professors here, the cost of living also will be too high for them. So except we design a special scheme similar to sabbatical, that we can see if we can increase some of these exchanges. But I believe the model we are operating now, bringing in good numbers here to learn and go back, might be the immediate short-term solution for that. Yesterday, we visited some innovation hubs, and we did agree with them that in addition to your academic program, either during your holidays or even part of it being integrated with the curriculum, you'll be given an opportunity to take lessons in entrepreneurial education. We don't necessarily want you to become an entrepreneur, but we want you to have the knowledge that you can prepare our own students to become entrepreneurs. And if that is not in your program, we'll be willing to collaborate with these institutions on how that opportunity can be added, can be an add-on for your programs. And if you sign up for it, we'll find a way of making it easier for you to do that, because we believe it will be beneficial to us coming back home. There are a lot of things there's a lot for everyone to do. His Excellency, for example. I know in those days when, was it Varig Airline was operating in Lagos? Varig Air was operating in Lagos to Sao Paulo, to Rio. It opened a lot of opportunities, and there was a lot of collaboration between us. And it's only about 7 hours. So it's almost like going to Europe. I believe if on the diplomatic sphere, we work towards, this, is the IATA that will control that, but basically to have us have our direct linkage coming in here. It will help a great deal in facilitating this cross-fertilization of ideas and then integration of our people and also promoting cultural exchanges. Then to your point again, before I close on this segment, I listened to Professor Lillian on some of the factors we are doing well back home in terms of manpower and so on. Our challenge is the quality of our graduates. When you say you're a graduate in Nigeria, what special skills? Because in today's workplace, as you know, it is not the length of your certificate or the wording of it. Employers want to see what you are bringing to the workforce. and what value creation you are going to be adding on. So essentially, they want fit for purpose graduates. The current practice or the previous practice of employing people and then you send them as management trainee or people engineers, you now spend so much money sending them to Europe or in other countries to retrain them before they can now work either in the oil and gas sector or simple processes like welding and so on. It should be a thing of the past. Here we see what they do here. The graduate is already prepared for the marketplace. In fact, from their juniors program, you're already even thinking of being an entrepreneur from your undergraduate years. So we should bear that in mind in how we prepare future graduates to take advantages of the opportunities out there in the workplace. And Nigeria has a lot of these factors, given our young population, given the fact that our students usually are very intelligent, very hardworking. Not only in agriculture, in ICT, for example, we need to tap into that space. A lot of countries developed simply by outsourcing. That's what India did. That is what Korea did. Being able to outsource jobs from things that are not common or attractive in the West, and use that to develop their own local workforce. Brazil has done very well in making itself self-sufficient in so many fields. You should take home some of those lessons that have been achieved here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ES. So now I will move to His Excellency Professor Muhammad Makarfi, the Nigerian ambassador to Brazil. Prof, you are an ambassador, so you're in the diplomatic circle. I know that you're also a professor of agriculture from Nigeria, so you have the pedagogic experience back there in the field and on the land. I also know that you're a member of the Standing Committee on Research and Development of TED Fund, where we are also members, and you've been doing quite a great work there. Now you have come to Brazil. I don't know whether it's a coincidence, but all the elements seem to be coming together to, favor this kind of partnership. So what's your plan for us? What should we expect in the next 5-10 years that we're targeting to increase or triple the number of fellows that we have here in Brazil?
Thank you so much, Professor Razak. Let me begin by further congratulating Dr. Yemi for a good analysis of and the historical background to ARIFA. I really was carried along with the presentations and the expectations, and also the projections. All you need is to see where we can support the process. In the diplomatic cycles, I must tell you that since we came in, or I reported here, I have seen how the Brazilian government, the Ghanaian people, the Ghanaian private sector has been so ready to support some of these efforts that we have found very important in making collaboration work between Nigeria and Brazil. And in many instances, to tell the least, I have at least visited not less than 20 to 25 formations, either private or public sector institutions, firms, fairs, and so forth. And from my own assessment, I found that the atmosphere and the environment is quite favorable for fostering greater linkage between Nigerian and Brazilian businesses, Nigerian and Brazilian academic and research sector. We have seen also very, very profound change of perception or attitude amongst potential investors whom we visited, willing to go and partner with Nigeria. you might have noticed a call through from here when Dr. Yemi was making presentations. It's one of the potential investors from Rio who has been chasing us to work with Nigerians in various sectors, and from the Chamber of Commerce also, following a visit we conducted there. So what I am saying, from the diplomatic cycles, the bilateral arrangements, and the multilateral arrangements that are in place now have every potential for you to take advantage of. You are now here. So we are going to conquer one of the major hurdles Nigerian entrepreneurs and others face. That is overcoming, one, the language barrier, which now you are learning Portuguese in most of where you are doing. So you will have mounted one of the major hurdles. The second is the advantage that you are young and you are already on a program like the one packaged by ARIFA, which offers you opportunity to develop and focus research. All over the world, this is the way it is done. In Malaysia, in China, you must come out to something that will be beneficial to society. In fact, you don't embark on a research without first identifying a critical need, critical problem of society which you want to overcome, or you want to achieve or provide a solution to. It is in this context that you have a wonderful opportunity for you to choose among the multiple challenges that you have observed way back home and see how you can bring about a solution to those challenges. In agricultural research, for instance, is it in the uptaking of the current technology, or is it in the primary research that needs to be corrected, or is it an integration of certain valuable character you have to identify it here, either in terms of resistance, high yielding variety, or resistance to certain diseases, or even maturity profiles of crops, or some particular quality that you think Nigerians will have value for. Which area do you think you can make an impact? And then choose that. Like our brother have said, architect Sonny has said clearly that they are there for you, willing to support the other angle of research so that you can pursue it to fulfillment. If you identify a critical need in Nigeria, and that particular need can only be done if perhaps you access some funding for carrying out critical research that will lead to a viable output or result that will transform or to impact on the way this is transformed, then we are there for you. And all the diplomatic requirements that you need to have, incentives that you need to have, support that you need to have, either from the parent country or from the bilateral channels, they're at your disposal. We are at the embassy to find such willing researchers as well as entrepreneurs who can be linked together in order to provide a conducive atmosphere, conducive profile for these changes to take place. The challenge of making more food in Nigeria is obviously on you. You are the people who are here. You have seen it happening. And you have already dissected through to see how they made it. And you are in a very good potential position to make an input in that. Since you have identified and you know the solutions they have used to provide and overcome those challenges, so you are in a position to also assist and provide this kind of solutions to our own country. So it is in this context that I see that two things. All the stakeholders have a part to play. ARIFA must have some timelines, specifics, dates of activities, mapping out those that will lead to the achievement of those specific objectives, and encourage beneficiaries and fellows to take after those projects that have direct impact and direct relevance for our purpose. Thirdly, they must have timelines for these things. Yes, we have focal points and centers of excellence across the 6 geographical zones, but we should also try to marry that with the peculiarities of those particular sectors and the potentials each one offers. in overcoming the obvious and well-identified challenges of our country. In some regions, for instance, they have potential for cereal crops production. Others have livestock production. Others have peculiar advantages of value addition. They have the industry, they have the energy, they have what it takes in order to take it to the next level. Now, recognizing those individual potentials in the different political zones, we can be able to articulate a better metrics of which problems do we emphasize in this particular geopolitical zone and which do we need to prioritize in another political zone, so that together we can be able to achieve it with the shortest possible time, and these programs can be sustainable. I will pause here because I've seen him raising his hands, and let us go on with the next phase of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So before maybe the way I'll do it is this, instead of giving Dr. Yemi to speak, since he has already actually made a presentation, we're going to open the floor to take questions, particularly from the students, from the fellows. We have been in Abuja with the Faculty Focal Leads, we've interacted, lots of engagement among us. This is the first time we are having the students in the room. So if you have a question, right, or a comment, just indicate by way of waving your hand, and then I'll give you a chance. We will take 4 questions, and those questions can be directed to any of the leaders on the high table, and then we'll do a wrap-up, and we go for the coffee break. They don't have questions or comments. All right, so I see one. So you will go first. I'll come back to you. You. The last person at the back there. Any other question? Raise the hand so I can see it very clearly, please. 4. Not a single lady is asking a question. All right. Can somebody hand the mic to the gentleman there? There's a spare mic. Okay. All right, so when you stand up to ask the question, you mention your name, the institution you're coming from in Nigeria, and where you are now, and the course of study. Then you ask the question. Okay. Can we have light?
Yeah.
There.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Uchenna Goswell Ono. I'm a staff of Caribbean Federal Polytechnic Unwana. Here in Brazil, I am with the Federal University of Itajoba, Unife. I am so glad to be here. The program started like a dream, but it has come to reality. My comment will be directed to the Executive Secretary of TED Fund and the ARIFA management. When I saw the program, that is the ARIFA working document that was sent to us at the initial start of the program, I was very happy. I read it and digested it. I got the motivation. Then, as time went on, one thing struck me, and I said, if I have any opportunity to meet these policymakers, I will put across the question. The question is that of sustainability of the program, because I am aware that there have been many programs by civ government in Nigeria, targeted at leveraging or revamping the economy of the country through agriculture. But we have had this perennial challenge of sustainability because political actors come on board and would jettison every existing policy, no matter how good it has been. So at the end of the day, we go back to square one. So I'm too much worried about this. So that is my problem. Thank you very much.
But you didn't tell us, which is your course of study here?
Yes, I am doing smart grid, that is energy system, smart grids.
In which department?
Electrical engineering, and I am working currently on how we can use power generation to drive irrigation, at the same time drive crop production through electrical pest control system. I have done some work published online on that, so you can as well access them. Thank you.
All right. Is there acknowledgement of TED Fund and ARIFA in those publications? Okay. All right, thank you. So let's take the next question. Thank you. I think this is a question to you. Try to make your question around the presentations that we've had here. So,
good morning, everyone. Permission to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Ogobuchi Daniel Oke, a staff of Michael Okpara University of Agriculture in Nigeria, and here I am with Universidade Federal de Lavras, UFLA, and I study systems engineering and automation. My area of research is application of deep learning, machine learning in intrusion detection systems in networks. And then we are working towards gathering data related to agricultural fields and then analyzing the data with machine learning to drive intelligence and automation of agricultural processes. Currently, I want to say I am so glad to be part of this program. Yes, it came like a dream. And then when I first received an invitation to submit my documents for this program, I was skeptical because that was the first time I heard about it. But I was moved. I may not be asking questions, I may just make a comment. But I was moved by the document I read at that moment. And then through the period of the program, from the first day I started, from the first day I had an interaction with my supervisor today, it gave me an indication that this is an event or a program that I should venture into. Now, from the very first moment till date, the program here in Brazil has opened our eyes to see multifaceted dimensions of areas we lack in capacity in our education system in Nigeria, and which has also given us the opportunity to learn. And then we are ready to relearn what we have learned in Brazil in our areas in Nigeria to make sure that the education system in Nigeria and the agricultural system in Nigeria is pushed up to a better standard. Right here in my school, we have an existing company that we are training, that is training us on entrepreneurial skills. That when we finish our program, even in the master's level, we start up with the Brazilian entrepreneurial companies, which will guide us better to contribute to national development back there in Nigeria. So I want to say that this program is a very important one, and then we should not leave any stone unturned to achieving the dream, because we as scholars are ready to give our input to make it work successfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's take the next question. Are the ladies shy to ask questions? They're just smiling and not asking questions. Okay. Please raise your hand. Let me see it from here. Where? Ah, okay, good. Right, I'm going to give you the chance. Sure, okay. Go ahead.
All right, I stand on the existing protocols. James Abraham Olamilekon is my name, from the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. I'm currently undergoing my graduate program in the Sao Paulo State University, UNESP, in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. And my research is focused on harnessing the microalgae potential in high-valued resource recovery in a tropical environment, which is typical of our Nigerian environment. So I have to comment, basically. The first one is based on, I actually dread my incapacitation going back to Nigeria. Indeed, the core of this program, which is that is agricultural research for development. Indeed, we have been perfectly exposed to everything that is needed that will enhance our competence to deliver sustainable and excellent outcome back in the country. But some of the technologies that we are expected to leverage on to actualize and translate them into physical realities are apparently absent. So getting them sufficiently available for us to use and translate everything into reality that will now begin to be felt physically in line with the predetermined objective is what we dread. And the next one is we understand that we have the learning centers with different focal areas. So how to properly indoctrinate us in order for us to properly also leverage them and increase our competencies when we go back to the countries. So these are the areas I dread. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was the third question. Please, can you hand over to the gentle lady down here? We wanted to take 4. We've had 3 already, right? Okay. I'll come back to you. I'll come back. I will open an exception.
Good morning, everyone. I'm standing on the existing protocols. My name is Juliet Bosco Dohi. I'm from Auchi Polytechnic, Auchi in Edo State. I am in the Department of Agricultural Technology in my school there in Nigeria. Here I am studying agronomy. I'm in Universidade Federal de Goiás. That's Federal University of Goiás. I'm still trying the language. So I'm actually, mine is not a question, and I am making a comment. And from all I've heard, generally from all our speakers today, I have been able to learn more and understand more about the ARIFA program that's brought us here. I'm actually working on specific detection of bacteria, beneficial bacteria, for monitoring the quality of on-farm bio-input production. In coming to Brazil, I did all my schooling before in Nigeria. It's my first time of coming out, and I'm here in Brazil. I've been able to, seen a difference, great difference. For example, I'm doing agronomy, and I'm working on the bacteria, but assuming I was in Nigeria, maybe I'll just do it like a straightway program. But here, I've been able to be exposed to the laboratory work of what I'm doing, which is also applied to the field. And what I'm working on here has to do with aiding plant growth by using bacterials and not using fertilizers that are toxic to human. So my program is actually, supporting natural agriculture, not using chemicals that may be harmful to destroy the soil, to also cause toxic to the human. That is, and it's an opportunity that I've been given. I'm here actually to appreciate FARA and all involved. But there's one challenge, please, that I want to talk about. And I think I will have to talk about this, directing it to the third fund representative here. And I know he knows, that's why he's already smiling, because we already know the condition of our Naira that we brought to Brazil and how it is when you are outside Nigeria. So we want to use this opportunity to say, please, sir, you look at these faces that you have been happy to see and think of how we have been surviving and think of how we can really survive and make a success of this so that we'll have this energy to return to Nigeria and do a great job. Thank you.
Said energy. All right, so we'll take the gentleman in pickup.
Yeah, good day. My name is Ologunde Olainwaju. I'm a student here at the Federal University of Visosa and studying my master's degree in soil science with a focus on using machine learning to determine the phosphorus use efficiency for maize production and gathering data from Nigeria as a case study. Now my question goes to the presenter.
Which institution from Nigeria?
From the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. Yes, thank you, sorry for omitting that. My question goes to the presenter, Dr. Yemi. You mentioned about high migration of expats from African country and brain drain to other advanced country, which is really helping them in one way or the other in their development. Now, just as our case in Brazil, you've given us the training, we are receiving the training and we are thinking of going back to the country, Nigeria, to establish ourselves and also to help in every aspect of our production sectors in Nigeria. Now, I'm not trying to ask that, is it a sustainable environment or can we omit sustainable environments where we can conduct such kind of innovations in Nigeria? Can we just omit it? Just as you mentioned, Professor Abdulrazak, that he made an innovation in Brazil, got a patent. Can it be possibly due to though we have experts and we have intellectuals, can it be as a result of the environment more acting as a catalyst for these innovations? And how can we have that in Nigeria to at least help us in the innovation aspects in Nigeria?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olainwaju. So now I will come back to the high table. What I will do is I'll keep the questions open. I think you've listened to them. Most of them are comments. So I'll just give each member 2 minutes to provide feedback. And then I'll start with you, Professor Salami. I see that you've been...
Thank you very much for your valuable comments and questions. I know some are direct to the ears of TEDFund. But I think what we, from the angle of the university, what we're looking at is that if we continue to get so comfortable where we are now and don't return back, then of course the change we will never achieve. Yes, I know it's not possible to have the same conditions that you have here at home, but that is what adaptation is all about. And that the university are also willing to provide most of these conditions that you have here that are within the ambient or the powers of the university, are supported by TEDFund. But our major problem, and this was what I even discussed with Dr. Yemi, is the problem of training you and not returning back to the universities. And I think then the whole purpose would have been defeated. I think once you gain this, one person coming to University of Benin, for instance, can make a considerable change. So what we want you to do is please acquire all of this. I have learned a lot since I came to FUV. UFV, excuse me, because like even here we have started looking for how we can leverage on the junior enterprise platform. I have asked my people to start already working on that because I think catch them early and then you're able to impact. So I have learned a lot that I want to take back as the chief executive. So yes, we are in the business together. So we'll try as much as possible to make conditions conducive for you. But please, the benefit you get from Brazil can only affect and bring about this change if you come back to your institutions and impact these skills and the knowledge that you have acquired. And I think that is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
I'll be commenting on a number of issues raised. First, the sustainability of the program in a political environment. Again, I agree with you and I share to some degree your frustration about the previous practice, but I believe that also informed the way this program was structured and designed. When you limit it to government policy, and there is a change of government, even sometimes even change of personnel in the leadership, you will experience this type of dislocations or lack of continuity in program implementation. But when you institutionalize it, when you put it in a place based on an MOU, you have a partner like FARA and TED fund that will continue to exist, your institution too will continue to need you and to need that particular faculty, then it is sustainable by design because TED fund will always need to train academic staff. Your institutions want to see how you can bring back such skills and the innovations and the experiences here to try and develop theirs. So the need is elastic, and for that reason, I believe it will be sustainable. A lot of people talk about, both of you talk about the issue of creating the right conditions back home for you to be able to practice or bring these research findings, and whether the conditions here, yes, the environment has an impact in your productivity, even in your intellectual expressions. But as a human being, regardless of where you are put, your faculties will remain the same, hopefully, except under extreme conditions. So we'll be discussing infrastructure, basically. Whether you are going to have the laboratories, whether you are going to have the physical space, and the factories and all the other operational environment for you to actualize the products of your research. Again, this is something that will come as we also make progress in our own development. TED Fund is trying to promote the development of regional laboratories in our institutions. We have a very robust partnership that we are developing with industry, so we can have some of them as magnets. Also taking our concept of your sabbaticals is going to change. We're not going to have situations where our academic staff will not just be leaving one university to another university to teach the same subject. Rather, we want you to have a different experience. You go to industry, go to government offices, go to agencies, so that you can have a different approach and even have an end user experience. If you are turning products to operate in a particular sector, you need to go and work in one of those factories or firms, so you know what they even really need and what are the expectations in terms of the content of what your students are learning. So through this triple helix approach that we've all talked about, we intend to foster the collaborations and partnerships that will create the right environment for even our students to have the type of experience they are expected to meet when they begin to work, even while in school. The lady talked about the exchange rate regime. As far as I know, our funding strategy in terms of how we work out your living expenses are denominated in dollars and will now translate. So if that be the case, your real worry will be the exchange rate between the dollar and the Brazilian currency, the reals. Because Having said that, I'm aware that in some institutions back home, there are some practices that we have frowned at, and if yours is one of those cases where funds have been delayed, and because of the volatility in the foreign exchange market, given that things like tuition are fixed, they treat your allowances as a variable cost. And at the end of the day, when they finish paying the tuition, whatever remains in Naira terms, they now transfer to you. That is wrong, and we are trying to stop that. So once we compute what your living expenses should be, which is done in dollars, you are going to get that equivalent wherever you are going in any country. And if, as I did mention to you when we were talking, if a particular amount can sustain students in the UK or sustain them in the US, I can guarantee you that it will sustain you here, because I've also been to your market here. But if your school is doing the other that I talked about, then we'll need to change that, and we'll ask for augmentation for you, because it is not your fault if our institutions delay the transfer of these resources and they get caught up with the exchange rate. The scholars should not be punished for it. Rather, we are now holding the schools or institutions responsible for meeting that differential in cost or the exchange rate fluctuation. I don't know that you get the point I'm making. So we'll look at your own case on what is applicable. And as we are also planning an expansion in this program, we will factor all of that, because we normally monitor the factors before we determine what is due to each scholar. I believe I touched nearly everything, yeah? All right, so I will yield the floor again to His Excellency. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again, my colleagues. There's no specific comment that directly impact on what we have said, but that generally one can see that there are apprehensions about the sustainability of the program, just like many others due to political will. I just may wish to comment that the way it is being structured now and the way ARIFA goes about executing the project, I do not see an immediate challenge in the direction of training of fellows. You have a target clearly. You have 5,000 to clear within 10 years. This can expand beyond that if the capacity goes on. And so as long as TED fund will continue to be funded from 2% of companies that make profits in Nigeria, 2.5 now, it has been increased to 2.5%. The flow of funds into the system and the utilization of those funds for demarcated and specified projects will continue in this direction. However, the challenge will be on you. If you do not go back home, or you do not try to achieve what Professor Abdulrazak has done, get yourself acquainted and continue to get royalty and many other things that come with it, then you have not fully achieved what you are here for. What we hope you will achieve eventually is having acquired the skills, having acquired the knowledge, and you go back home and try to demonstrate them and go after them and develop your own entrepreneurial capacity to impact knowledge as well as to develop a commercial or linkage with private sector so that they can be translated into a solution, market kind of solution to the Nigerian problem. Then you have not fully fulfilled some of the objectives you are coming here. The challenge is on you. So how do you translate this opportunity into real success, not for you personally, but also for the entire Nigerian populace? That is what I feel you should be thinking about, the direction you should be thinking about, so that this can be sustainable. Well, so long as we are training experts, we are training fellows, so long as these fellows identify the critical needs of society, there will certainly be, out of 203 million people, there will certainly be people that will patronize that products. And you are sure you can make a margin between what they are paying for and what you are expending in order to create that facility. That is taken. On the other hand, there is a few comments which I wanted to make. for the guy doing energy, this is Godswill, the first commenter, or the first person who commented. I am impressed about the line, the area where you are doing research, and it offers a lot of potentials and opportunity for you. I would like to singularly encourage you to dedicate your time to actually see that you get the knowledge and skills that you come here for. I have gone along many paths to some industries where I found solar devices, solar energy, and electrical energy, and the conversion of these interplay of energies has done so much for Brazil in terms of deployment of science and technology and innovations that we have not been able to achieve even 5% of what they have been able to do. So with people like you in that sector, attracting others and encouraging others wherever you have an opportunity to discuss it or to interact with people from Nigeria or in the academics or in the polytechnics, encourage them to pursue this research in those fields. It will make an enormous contribution to the rate at which we can get to the promised land. So once again, please open your eyes and continue to explore the opportunities. And we pray on the Almighty to guide us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I believe there was only one question directed at me. I think I'm correct about that. Only one question was directed at me.
Yes, mainly I think questions around sustainability and, the entire framework. But you can speak to all of the issues because you are the Secretariat of
Fine. Well, you've heard from the Executive Secretary of TED Fund, and I think he could not have put it any louder than I would, that he's coming here, as a matter of fact, endorses this program. It's a testimony of his commitment. It's been said that this is his first international mission. That speaks volume when you are transitioning to a new position and you are onboarding, your hands are full, and yet you find time to come and see some students. It's not a small thing. So I really appreciate that he could join us. And I was telling my staff that no matter how many pages of back to office report that you send to the ES in Abuja, it does not compensate for even one day of visiting and see things for himself. So, first, I think that in terms of sustainability, in terms of growing the ARIFA system thinking, I think we're on the right track. If you listen to my first comment at the opening session, I recall I did say that the seed grows slowly. The problem with the youth of today is that we want to plant today and harvest tomorrow. But the genetic engineering has not gone that far yet. So, just to put it in proper perspective, we believe that with the political will and the goodwill of the new ES, I believe that we can push the frontiers a little further. And even for the question of my dear lady there, I think it is true. I heard that really women like money. So I think that we will try to look at all of these issues in a holistic manner, and we will drive it together. Notice, thank you, notice that, one of the things, it's a pity that we didn't have the opportunity to meet with you before you left Nigeria, to have it's in our plan to have an immersion, 2 or 3 week immersion program and orientation so that we guide you in the spirit of ARIFA so you understand why you are coming to Brazil. For some of you, the scholarship came on a golden platter and you look and you smile. You didn't sweat for it. So, but I must tell you that there is a lot that is expected from you. And indeed, to whom much is given, much is expected. So, when you understand that you are also, as you are here, we are growing the centers of excellence in 6 regions. So somebody was asking, I think he's a fellow from Abeokuta, you are scared about where do you go back to? You are going back to Abeokuta in Ogun State. In Ogun State. So these centers of excellence are also being incubated. They are being prepared so you can have a soft landing when you return. These centers of excellence are financially endowed by TED Fund. They're actually TED Fund centers of excellence. And each of these centers of excellence have the faculty focal leads here. So the whole idea is that as you are being prepared and groomed in Brazil, we are preparing for your arrival when you return home, to be able to contribute to those centers of excellence. Otherwise, you are not returning into a system in vacuum. You are coming into a system where you should be able to demonstrate new skills. It's a paradigm shift. It's not your usual postgraduate. When you want to proceed to your PhD, for example, we were discussing the opportunities to have sandwich arrangements. You should be able to return to those centers of excellence, collect data for your PhD, collect your samples, come back here, do your analysis, do whatever you want to do, write up your thesis, and make it relevant to any of those centers of excellence. So that is something I want to say. To the fellow, I think you're also from Abeokuta, the guy with the face cap. You are asking, thank you, you are asking how you should, why you should return home. I think if I get that question. But I need to tell you, if you don't return home, you are just another statistics that left the country. But there will be many that will return home, and you take yourself out of the race. I recall that at a point in my own career path, I was like you. And that's what I said when I started at the opening remarks. And right here in this room is one lady who was with me when I was in that lonely condition, and I didn't know what tomorrow will bring. That's Professor Obo here. We were together, not aimlessly, but she was even ahead of me at that time in the Netherlands. But today she's a professor and the Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos. That's no mean feat. No mean feat. But if she did not return to Nigeria, they will bring the letter of appointment of UI Deputy Vice Chancellor to her in diaspora. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. But today, I mean, in 1986, I was nobody. When I was ready to come back after MSc, he said, Yemi, are you thinking correctly? Omo is now 75 kobo. I said, oh. But I returned home, and today, by the grace of God, I am Executive Director of FARA, the principal apex institution on the continent. So, just to let you know that opportunities will await you back home. So, I encourage you, do what you can. The whole essence of sending you and investing in you is because we trust in your capacities and that the future of Nigeria. Look, all of us here, we have gray hairs. And that's to tell you that our time is ticking. We will leave the place for you guys. But if you don't return, you will not sit here. And people here are not from diaspora. They are all homegrown. Think twice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yemi. So, if you look at the program, we'll have enough time to discuss all of this, innovation, systems thinking, strategies, how we can build our teams back home. Within the ARIFA framework, there's what we call the Graduate Cohort Compact. If you read the document, you will see it. This is the idea of bringing together people from within the same institution or agroecological region, focusing on a specific commodity, and then pursuing it to drive technology, to drive business. So you can have somebody studying geography, physics, chemistry, biology, and so on around cassava, right? So that when you return at the State Fund Center of Excellence and the innovation platform that we shall be forming, you will be able to apply those skills there. We'll have a lot of time to discuss that. We have been running late, so we need to make a little adjustment, and my colleague, Professor Vladimir, will clarify on that. Thank you.
Thank you. We were planning for the next session to start at 11:30, and we have planned we have lunch at 1 o'clock. Okay, that's the reason for that, because Viçosa is like, I think, a small city. We have a restaurant that's very close to here. We are going to have transportation for you from here to there. But then we asked the restaurant that the best time for you to go there would be 1 o'clock, because most of their clients are there around 12 and 1 o'clock. So at 1 o'clock they can receive us better. Okay? And it works in a way that I think most of the scholars that have been some months already in Brazil, it's a buffet that you just check the weight and you can see there's a very nice food from Minas Gerais, and it's quite low price. So I invite you to wait for the lunch in less than 1 hour. And my suggestion is that we go on with the program now. So Professor Murilo Zerbini is going to present he's going to give his presentation. It's much shorter, and we can have a short discussion on that. And about the coffee break, we have reserved for them. We are not allowed to have food here because of the pandemic. So we will provide for you individual packages. They are there outside. When you finish this, you can go get there and get the package and take and eat whenever you want. Okay. Also during the afternoon, when you finish, you'll be another package for individual packages for you as coffee breaks. So my suggestion is, as we go on, I would invite Professor Murilo Zerbini to come. Oh, sorry, I will close the session now. Sorry, I'm not very used with the protocol. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, yes, thank you, Edie. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Very grateful.
Thank you very much.
So for those of us, that may want to engana, how do you say, deceive their hunger a little, there's water outside. You can just take a sip from outside. We're not allowed to drink or eat here. And then I know that there are many people, some of us are fasting, so
yes, so it will be less than 1 hour, and we're leaving for the lunch, okay?
Yes.
So I would like also to invite Professor Simone Facioni to come for the discussions. Oh, no, sorry. First, just the presentation, okay? Just Professor Murilo Zerbini going to give his presentation, and later we're going to join him for a short discussion. Short, I mean short. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, and apologize for the change in the program. My presentation is going to be very short. I only have 10 slides, and after some more general discussion, I want to give you a more specific presentation, specifically on the ARIFA program established with UFV and that fund as it's going on right now. So we can discuss what type of progress has been achieved, what have been the main challenges, identified risks, but also the many opportunities that remain in this program. And I want to stress that this is sort of a personal view of mine, okay? Many of the things that I'm going to mention have been mentioned before because we share opinions here, but it's basically a personal view. And why I am providing my personal view, I've been involved in this program for a long time. I'm the Associate Dean of Graduate Research here at UFV. So Vladimir has been spearheading the program at UFV, and I'm more in the background providing the academic support for the master's programs. And of course, the program has been established before the pandemic, and it had to survive during the pandemic, which it did. So I'm optimistic that if ARIFA survived the pandemic, it can survive anything that is thrown in front of it from now on. So my view is optimistic. I want to stress that from the beginning, okay? It doesn't mean that there aren't challenges, of course. So you've heard before what is ARIFA and how it was established, what are its objectives, so I don't need to go through that again. I just want to say that from our side, from our perspective here in Brazil, it was definitely a unique program for us because all the instructions is supposed to be in English. That was a first for us. Maybe you in Nigeria don't realize that. I saw that the language barrier was mentioned here, and it's real. We have for a long time hosted foreign students in our campuses, but they're mostly from Latin America, where people speak Spanish, and it's a very easy transition to Portuguese, or from Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa, like Angola and Mozambique. But because of the instruction in Portuguese, we had this limitation. We could not host students from, for example, English-speaking countries unless they were willing to learn Portuguese, which is not easy. But this program was established from the beginning as a fully master's program, academic program in English, with courses and everything else in English. Of course, once the fellows arrive in Brazil and they start to live in the cities, they start learning Portuguese. That's fine, that's great, right? But it's not required for the program. All the activities of the program are in English. So for us, this was a big thing. Many of our colleagues doubted that it could be achieved. We had many naysayers when we were beginning. But I believe it's been, at least here at UFV, it's been a huge success. And we're going to hear from the representatives of the other schools later. Just a few more comments. It's been mentioned already before, but I want to give a different perspective. What would be the advantages of collaborating with Brazil? Yemi had a slide that concentrated on some strange soccer match that happened a long time ago. I don't know anything about that. That's definitely not what I'm going to talk about. In fact, I remember that game like it was yesterday. But that was during the Olympics, and I was in I was living in the United States at the time, and I was in a meeting, academic meeting in some other place, and I was in my hotel room watching the game. And my friends wanted to go out for dinner, and I was like, no, wait, let's do the game. No, let's go. So I watched the first half, which of course was Brazil was winning 1-0. And then I left. I said, that's it, we're going to win this thing. And then I left for dinner. And when I went back to my hotel, I had the surprise that Nigeria had scored 3 goals in the second half. So, but that was the Olympics, which, it's not really important. In the same year, there was the World Cup that Brazil won. Okay. So, anyway, well, I think So I think one big advantage of collaborating with Brazil are the similarities, seriously now, similarities in climate, in ecology, and in crops. And therefore, you many of the problems that you have in Nigeria, either we have here or we had here, so we can help you solve them. And here in Brazil, we were a victim of this situation where a lot of technology was transplanted from the US or from Europe and simply would not work under our conditions. I'm sure you have experienced similar things in Nigeria. So I'm not saying that we're going to transplant our technologies to Nigeria. That's not going to work either. But the process of transferring that technology should be much easier because it's technology that's been adapted to a tropical environment with many similarities with Nigeria. And just in terms of crops, I'll just give you one single example, which is cassava, which I know is a huge crop in Nigeria. Nigeria is by far the world's largest producer of cassava, but it's a crop that is originated in Brazil. It's from here. It was taken to Africa by the Portuguese in the 16th century. So we have a strong tradition of cultivating cassava. Embrapa has a center dedicated to cassava. All the universities, all the agricultural universities have research programs in cassava breeding, cassava diseases, pests, and everything. You're in a state that has one of its iconic foods is the pão de queijo, which is made from cassava flour. So that's just one example, one single example of a crop that is not cultivated in the United States, is not cultivated in Europe, but it's a big crop here in Brazil, so there's obvious possibilities for collaboration, for solving problems in Nigeria using our technologies. Now, another advantage that I like to mention, and that's important, it's collaboration without colonial overtones. I think this is, a lot of people don't realize the importance of that. And I want to borrow from Yemi's wonderful lion and deer story. Here, we are all deers. And we're going to run together. You don't need to worry about being eaten by us, because we're the same as you. Maybe, thank you, maybe we run a little faster than you right now, right? So what you're going to do here is help you to run as fast as we can without worrying about us eating you. Okay? And, all right? So that's important, right? And it's real. We are victims of that as well when we try to establish collaborations with the US or Europe. And I did my PhD in the United States, so I know what it is to have to work twice as hard to get half the credit. You know, I know exactly what that is. So I am excited about this collaboration because I think it's a wonderful opportunity to establish these South-South things and without these colonial overtones, okay? Now, more practical, especially for TED Fund. We don't charge tuition and fees, okay? The Brazilian Federal University system is free to the user. It's not free, nothing is free, right? Somebody's paying the bill, but not the users, okay? They don't pay anything. So the cost of a master's degree here or a PhD program here in Brazil is basically the cost of living. And I realize there are problems with that too, but it's much cheaper than going to the US or Europe or Africa or, Asia, China, whatever. So that's a big advantage too. Now I understand that a lot of people sometimes think that, well, if it's free, it cannot be good, right? And that's a point that I'm going to touch in a minute. So even the cost of living here compared to other countries is extremely cheap. And let me give you an example. In July of this year, I'm actually going to leave for 1 year on sabbatical in the United States. It's 99% guaranteed that that's going to happen. And I'm going to live in California with my family. My wife is also a professor here. We're both going on sabbatical. And we have 3 kids. So the whole family is going. And we're in the process of renting a house. And because we have kids, we don't want to live just in any place. We want a place that's reasonably nice, you know. And in the city where we're going to live, the average rent of a 3-bedroom house is $7,000, which is more than my salary and my wife's salary combined. Just for the rent of the... Of course, we're applying for fellowships. And I'm just praying that we get the fellowships, because otherwise, I don't know we're probably going to give up on the sabbatical. But if we get the fellowships, we might just break even. You know, so the cost of living is just absurd. If I were to rent my house here, which is kind of a nice house, I would probably rent it for $300 or $400. Okay? So the cost of living in Brazil compared to other places is just much, much smaller, even in the big cities. Now, finally, sorry, this thing's not, okay. My last point here. First of all, Brazilian agriculture is world class. I think everybody understands that today, okay? But so is agricultural research. And that's something that sometimes is not really acknowledged, okay? But just think about it. You don't build a world-class agriculture without world-class agricultural research. You don't, you just don't, okay? And as Yemi mentioned, I talked to him once, actually I gave a talk in Nigeria, where I said that 4 years ago, we had, the Brazilian government had this program of sending people abroad for PhDs in agricultural research. And today this program, it still exists, but it's much smaller. Why is it smaller? Because we don't need to send people abroad anymore. We have built the competence here. So our students now, they do their PhDs here. Sometimes I encourage them to go for postdocs abroad, but then they come back. And that's the other point. I saw the discussion before my talk. Should I go back to my country? What if I go back to my country? And this Brazilian program was extremely successful. I would say 95% of the people who went abroad for PhDs came back. And there is always 5% who are hopeless, right? But 95% of the people came back. And over the years, we built this really, I'm talking about agricultural research. I'm not generalizing to other fields, okay? But in agricultural research, I will argue with anyone in the US, in Europe, whenever, that we can do research that is as good as what they do, or in some cases it's better, okay? And I could just hope that we had as much money as they have, because we do what they do with 1/10 of the resources that they have, okay? And there was a period in Brazil here, and I was here, I've been here since I came back from my PhD 28 years ago, when it was from 2002 until 2016, more or less, 14 years, when we had so much money, so much support, so much resource. And during those 14 years, our productivity just went to the sky, and everything was, it showed what we could do if we had just a little bit more resources. And unfortunately, the situation is a little different now, but hopefully it's going to come back, it's going to change this year. So anyway, our agricultural research is world-class, even if we don't charge tuitions and fees, okay? So you can believe that. So it's a great opportunity for us now to pass what we did during these 4 years to other people, to other countries that are in the similar situation that we were before, okay? So that's why I think these are the advantages of partnering with us. So the program was launched in 2019, November 2019, and just pay attention to the timeline, right? November 2019, we're close to some major event that started happening in the world in January 2020. So the forecast was to have 120 scholars enrolled here at UFV, master's programs, by the middle of 2020. That was the forecast. Unfortunately, in March of 2020, our university and all other Brazilian universities, of course, they suspended all academic activities, and they only came back in June 2020 online. So even then, we went on with the program. We decided that we could not stop. We had that fund support. We could not just suspend everything. So we started a selection process in September, October 2020. And by November, 55 scholars were enrolled, all here at UFV, all of them at UFV, in this first round. Now, there was a second round. So the activities started in November, fully online. And I'm going to come back to this online thing in a minute. So in the second round of selection, these numbers may not be exact, okay? I did this last night, and maybe these numbers are not, these are exactly right. The 9 and 55 are exactly right. These might be a little off. But we had a similar number of candidates, and 33 were enrolled. But this time in different universities. We have 6 universities participating in the program now, and they all have representatives here. They're going to talk this afternoon. And we're about to expand it even more. So this is just to give you an idea of the graduate programs that accepted Nigerian scholars in the first round, the 55 that I mentioned. So it covers several areas, not just agriculture in the end. There were people interested in other programs as well. The largest ones were agricultural engineering, and animal science. So there's animal science here with 5, and also management and conservation with 5. So 55 in total. And we started offering the courses in English online in the first semester of 2021, the second semester of 2021, and in the first semester of 2022. So in each one of these semesters, there were between 15 or 25 courses being offered entirely in English, which was a big first for our university. And I think Vladimir will confirm that today UFV is the Brazilian university that offers the largest number of courses in English. Is that correct, Vladimir? Yeah, maybe not, well, okay, USP is so much bigger than us, maybe they offer more, but we're definitely one of the top ones in terms of that. And again, I want to stress, this was a first for us, okay? So the classes started online, and this is an image of one of the TETFund virtual hubs in Nigeria. This is from November 2020. So, of course, we had to adapt, right? So by now, most of the scholars have finished their coursework, and finally, they started arriving in Brazil in November of 2021. And these are pictures that were taken when they arrived at the airport. Maybe some of you are here, I don't know, okay. And we have about 35 scholars currently in Brazil. Again, this number could be off for a couple, give or take 1 or 2. We hope that all of them will be here by the end of this semester. So that's progress, right? And as I mentioned, this, you have to put this in perspective. This all happened during the largest pandemic that the world has had to deal with in 100 years. So I'm not kidding when I say that. If we survived COVID, we can survive anything, okay? And we have also the 6 TETFund training hubs established in Nigeria, and we had an opportunity to visit some of them when Vladimir and I were there in February. And again, from our perspective, now we have a culture of English courses being offered in our university regularly, okay, which breaks a psychological barrier for us. That's very easy to underestimate that the magnitude of that barrier, okay? Now the challenges and the risks, and of course they exist. So we had to deal with online teaching. That was not easy. Many of the scholars have had very precarious internet access. We could tell that from, I taught 2 of these courses, so I dealt with that. And even when they had good connections, many of them had excellent connections, online teaching is not the same. And I speak again from experience. I have a pretty good teaching load in my graduate program. I love teaching in person. I love being to talk and to look at the person's eyes and see how the person is reacting, the body language. He didn't like what I said, or he liked what I said, and there is a whole interaction that's established that's just impossible online. And I attribute to that problem the fact that a significant number of scholars performed very bad and ended up being terminated from their enrollment, which is a shame. But unfortunately, I'm also the associate dean, so I also have to enforce our academic standards, and I had to, unfortunately, be directly involved in many of these cases where enrollment was terminated. We certainly expected a number of scholars to be terminated. That happens with Brazilians as well. It's part of the business. But this number was a little higher than we were anticipating. But I'm positive that the pandemic and the online teaching was a big factor in that. So going forward, now that we're not going to have that problem anymore, hopefully we'll have much less of this problem. Of course, there was also delays in arriving in Brazil, which may impact the amount of time that the scholars will be able to stay here, which may affect the quality of the research that they do here. But since this was also a direct result of the pandemic, our university has been dealing with this with a lot of flexibility in terms of the deadlines that the students normally have. Usually, a master's program has to be finished in 3 years, and that used to be very unflexible. But you can expect some flexibility on that. At least here at UFV, we'll hear from the other representatives as well. So even though there was this delay, I'm cautiously optimistic that this is not going to affect the end product of your master's programs. There are issues that some scholars have not yet received funding, and there's the opposite. Some candidates that have already been awarded funding have not yet been admitted to Brazilian universities, and my colleague Vladimir has been working relentlessly on that, and the agreement that's going to be signed with FAUBAI, that may be one big factor in solving this problem, okay? And finally, we have to think about long-term prospects. I'm very optimistic from everything that I heard here about the perspective of long-term funding from that fund, and also from our side, maintaining these courses in English, because now that the pandemic is almost over, we have to be careful not to go back to the old ways. There will be a temptation to go back to the old ways, right? But we have to make sure that doesn't happen, at least in this aspect, and that the English courses continue to be offered on a regular basis. Finally, opportunities. Well, there are many, okay? We offer very good practical training, and it includes lab work, it includes field work, it includes pretty much everything you want. If you are proactive, you can you can determine the direction that your research is going to take, of course in agreement with your supervisor, but there is all sorts of opportunities in terms of the practical training that you can get. Our master's programs are fully academic programs that offer full-time in-person training. So that's a great opportunity for everyone who's enrolled. The program, as I said, has been expanded to 6 universities, and it's going to be expanded even more. At some point, Vladimir is going to give you more details about that. So, I don't know, 45, 50 universities. So, pretty much all the Brazilian federal universities will be able to offer enrollment for ARIFA scholars. One possibility that at some point we'll discuss as well is to expand the program to PhD scholars, PhD degrees, okay? Basically, the only difference here is in terms of costs, is that it takes twice the amount of time, so 4 years instead of 2. So, of course, that's a significant difference. But again, as I said, no tuitions, no fees, just the cost of living. And of course, if you get a PhD degree, you can become a director of research. With the master's degree, this may or may not be possible, but with the PhD degree, that will definitely be the case. So it's part of your, all right, it's a more advanced degree, of course. We would also like to see the program expanded to other countries in Africa, and I know that IEME has been working a lot on that. There's already some possibilities, right? And we would hope that one of the outcomes of this would be the establishment of long-term collaborations with universities in Africa. And by long-term, I mean either by collaborative projects involving grants and everything, dual degree programs, which is something that we're very keen to establish with different universities everywhere. So there is really a wealth of opportunities here that we'll be able to explore now that the program is finally going on the way we had hoped it would be, right? With in-person, with the scholars being here, and everything that we had planned finally happening now. So that's it. I said, maybe I spoke too much, but these are just images of our visit to Nigeria in February. It was a wonderful visit. We spent 10 days in Nigeria, visited many different cities, institutions, met with a lot of people. It was a wonderful experience, and it's just great to see you reciprocating our visit now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Murillo. So now, as in the plan, we would like to invite Professor Bola Obo, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, to join us in the table. Thanks. And also, Mr. Abdullahi Baba Imam, Director, Academic Staff Training and Development for that fund. So, thank you. it was nice that we had the opportunity to meet both of them when we were in Nigeria. So, according to the program, I'm supposed to invite myself to the table.
So I will invite Professor Vladimir to the table.
No, it's me. All right, you can take your seat. I'll invite the next people then. I think,
sorry,
it's
what is?
Simone Facioni. She's
Simone,
here, right?
I forgot. Sorry, Simone.
She's here.
Please come.
Professor Simone.
Please apologize me. Come, please.
So just as they prepare to settle down, a few announcements for the fellows. You have seen the videos we showed here, right? So that came from the work of our communication unit in FARA. Now we want to do similar recording with you. So please reach out to my colleague, Daniel Pepra. Where are you? He's around, so he would like to engage with some of you. I've already communicated this to you through the WhatsApp platform. So at various times, there's no specific time, but just engage with him. He has a timetable to speak with you. So I'll come back with more announcements later.
Oh, okay, just I need to tell that Professor Simone Facioni is one of the pioneers of this initiative. Back from the beginning when she met Professor Yemi and Abdul Razak in an event here in Salvador, she was discussing the basis of all this cooperation with the master courses and so on. Thank you very much, Simone, to join us today. Yeah.
So Professor Vladimir, you can take your seat. Let's, yes, that's your seat. So what I'm going to do, let me go down memory lane, go historical. You've had Professor Simone was the very first person to really engage with us in Bahia back in 2018, yes. So let me start with you. You know, how has it been? You know, it's been 4 years now since this whole dream started, and here we are with close to 100 students, 6 professors managing our hubs. What is your take today?
Well, good morning. Well, actually, good afternoon, everybody. And it's a really good pleasure for us to see that something that we have planned like 4 years ago now is in place. And actually, despite of the pandemic, we could do a lot of things. So I believe that if we didn't have these problems all these last 2 years, now our achievements would be even greater than it is today. But it's nice that the program is still on. We still have plans for the next few years. And at UFV, we have always been a lot of cooperatives, and we believe in cooperation, international cooperation, institutional cooperations. And I think that we had the seed like 4 or 5 years ago, and now we are collecting the fruit. So I hope we can still collecting more fruits in many and many years, and actually including more people from Brazil and from Africa as well. Okay, so thank you for all being here today with us.
So let me just hold you there before I pass to the next speaker. I know that you're a specialist in animal science, right? We've been to your lab, to the field. Some of our colleagues were in your space yesterday. So in terms of looking forward in the future, we know there's one of the TED Fund Center of Excellence is looking at setting up an innovation platform around animal science. How far have these discussions gone with you?
Well, actually, we can discuss about livestock centers. At this moment, we have an initiative with Zimbabwe, okay, for livestock production, beef cattle pasture, and beef cattle reproduction, production, I think it's a good model that we can also replicate in other countries. Our Department of Animal Science is one of the strongest departments in animal science, not only in Brazil, but also in South America. And something that is quite interesting is that we have a lot of things in common because we need to breed animals for a tropical environment, where we have not only problems with climate, we have problems with feeding, with pasture, and ticks, and other pests. So I think we have a lot of things to discuss. And actually, I'm really proud about what livestock production has done in Brazil. We are one of the most important producers of beef in Brazil, in the world, not only for beef, but pigs, chicken, dairy. We are an important producers of dairy, so we have technology that might be replicated in other countries, and we are really keen to develop this kind of cooperation.
Thank you very much, Professor Simoni. So, yes, if you can just pass the microphone to Professor Bola Obo. Congratulations, you have just been elected as the new Deputy Vice Chancellor. Innovation and Research in the University of Lagos. And your center has been very, very helpful, in fact, in the ARIFA program in helping us to reach our early milestones, right? It is only because we could demonstrate, I think, the results from University of Lagos that more and more goodwill came our way as we implement. And here we are in Viçosa with some of your students, have just been released, they should be on their way. What is your take, experience, what can you share with the students, especially seeing us for the first time here?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, it was quite difficult at the beginning because we got to know about this program sometime, I think that was September 2020 in Abuja, and we were and then Dr. Yemi said, we'll be visiting to see the facilities you have, and within a week he visited, and the next thing was, can you start online programs with all the facilities we had seen? And so we tried to see from our graduate students, assistant lecturers, most of them at that time. Some of them even had their masters at that time, those who would be interested in taking a second master's, and those who would be interested in also maybe their first master's. The program was marketed to them, and at that time we had about 17 of them on board. And the online classes started November 2020. It's been a long road. Quite a number of them have had other opportunities and have left. Some, like Dr. Murillo said, because of the online, they could not make the cuts and they have dropped off. We also had some challenges administratively, not understanding how to approach getting their sponsorships. But when all that was settled, we are so grateful to TED Fund. I can say that the Students' Fund have been received now, and they should be on their way in May, definitely, to Viçosa. That will be about 9 or 10 of them. We are happy for that. But we are really looking forward to the program being expanded for them to go on to a PhD, because that is when we would say we will derive the benefits, the maximum benefits from whatever they have come to learn in Brazil. We would also encourage them to come back. I've heard some people talk about coming back, not coming back, but I would encourage people to go back. Once you go abroad to whichever country, you build your networks. And once you build those networks and you come back, those networks will serve you in the sense that you will be able to work with your supervisors, colleagues you met in that lab, to apply for grants, and those grants would make life easier for you in your home country, to do experiments, to also travel back to those labs for some period to do one or two things, and you find that that makes you grow faster than even those who don't have that opportunity. So it's an opportunity you have, and coming back, you find that you are able to excel, and your work is known, and you become an expert in that field. The Nigerian government, whatever we say about it, realizes if you are an expert, you are always called upon to serve one way or the other. And with the networks you have built, you'll be able to live a good life as an academic. So we are looking forward to the PhDs. From all we have seen, we are also looking forward to having what we call dual degrees with the Brazilian government. We will really have to talk about that. We have one or two going on in our university now, and we think that we should be able to do that with what we have seen in Vicosa. And while we don't have a faculty of agriculture, but our departments in the biological sciences, botany, zoology, cell biology and genetics, marine sciences, actually do quite a lot of things that are related to agriculture, ecology, plant physiology, conservation of the environment, of the natural resources, aquaculture, entomology, pest control, and all that. So we are really looking forward to collaborations, and we are also working with our Lagos State government to be able to, which they have promised, to be able to expand this further. Our government wants to come into it to be able to have a collaboration, that's Lagos State, so that we'll have good land, to have both the hubs, the innovation hubs, where when people come back, they will be able to put into practice what they have acquired in this place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kola. Please, if we can hand over the mic to Mr. Abdullahi Baba Imam. I know that you are the Acting Director, Academic Staff and Training in TED Fund, a very, very strategic and sensitive position, because he's in between. He has to look at the books and ensure that the funds allocated to students are there, then talk to me and find out, okay, have they been admitted or not? You know, talk to their institutions who are responsible for disbursement. A lot of, you know, complex decisions to be made based on, you know, information. And I know that you're also coming just when another person was leaving the office, so there was that period of transition. So lots of challenges. How far are we in terms of mitigating those challenges? Because especially in FARA, we're looking to automate the process, the selection process, you know, so that it becomes integrated with your part, you know, some kind of digital infrastructure where candidates are only able to apply when they are screened and okayed by either home institution or TED Fund or the receiving institution here in Brazil. What's your take in terms of mitigating these challenges?
Thank you so much. It's a privilege actually to stand or to sit down before my boss, and as well, and as well the ambassador to Brazil. Academic Staff Training and Development Department of the Fund actually is saddled with the implementation and coordination of the mandates that is related to scholarship, conference attendance, as well as teaching practice components of the fund. But in this case, we are talking of the scholarship. What is actually obtained is that if at the beginning of a year, the fund usually allocates funds to each and every institution, a listed public tertiary institutions. So with regard to the scholarship, in most cases it used to be universities, maybe around 150, for the amount that we have last year, is actually, for universities we have about 156 million, then polytechnics and colleges of education around 125 million thereabout. So each and every listed institution is allocated that amount and is now at their own discretion, the academic staff, to choose any institution that they want to go and pursue their postgraduate studies, either locally or foreign. So in most cases, by the time they apply, get the admissions, they now put in their documents and submit it to a committee. Each and every school has a committee whereby they will be screened, and if they are found fundable, they now nominated them and send the list to us. It is that particular list that we now work on. We already have a template in-house whereby all your allowances, tuition fee, upkeep, warm clothing, research, and conference attendance and the rest, we'll now use that template, compute what is due for you, and at the end of the day, we'll look at the total and send it to the school. That was what is obtainable few years back. But with the emerging issues of paying the tuition fee, particularly those that are in foreign institutions, there are a lot of cases of maybe fluctuation in the exchange rate. So the fund decided that instead of sending the tuition fees to the institutions, henceforth all tuition fees will be sent straight to the training institutions. So that's what is obtainable now. So we send the tuition fee to the training institutions while the upkeep goes to the home institutions, whereby each and every year they will now disburse what is meant for them for that particular year. Apart from that, I will not be able to remember your question.
No, so my question actually is around the challenge. You know, you saw in the presentation by Professor Murillo,
okay,
there was a slide where he stated that there are people with admission, no funding. Funding, no admission. I just wanted you to help us, first of all, clarify that that funding does not necessarily mean the money is in the hands of the students, right? And also, how do we mitigate this? Because it's obviously a challenge. We want to avoid a situation where we are at a symposium in Visoza today, and our fellows from University of Lagos are only getting their visas today because they only received payment last week.
You know, from the initial stage, actually, when this program came up, we received nominations from various institutions. Unfortunately, some schools, instead of giving us their list, the academic staff from, I think, University of Lagos and few universities, some of them directly applied for admission. So it didn't come through TED Fund. That was why, and we actually have a policy whereby we don't actually accept that in TED Fund. If you have an admission and nominated by your institution, the head of the institution actually sent to us with a covering letter
with his signature, indicating that, yes, it came through the school. So it is that document that actually we use in vetting your submissions. And those that we vetted are those that are actually going to get our scholarship. So unfortunately, most of them from University of Lagos and other few schools, they applied directly and without even waiting for TEDFON to do anything, they just started their classes. So
yes,
that was why we said, they are not our scholars.
Yes, yes. This is the problem, right? This has been a problem that I think we all know. We're talking now, trying to focus on mitigating and avoiding it. And you know, like I said, in FARA, for example, one of the things that we're thinking is to automate the process, so that there are back-end process where you screen and review, right? Maybe we'll come back to this topic.
Okay.
Obviously,
I can remember. The last meeting we had in Abuja.
Yes.
You actually told us that, particularly those scholars from Lagos, that they have performed excellently.
Yes.
And we went back to the office and saw that there's need for us to come in. Since these people have, though, contravened our conditions, but they have performed excellently, why wouldn't we consider them? And we went back, actually, vetted their submissions, and forwarded it to the executive secretary, and he approved, and the money was disbursed.
All right. So maybe at some other time we can have a more detailed discussions around it. But meanwhile,
right.
if you can hand over to Professor Vladimir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Professor Vladimir, you know, the whole thing also started with you. You know, lots of back and forth, communication challenges. In summary, you know, and in the light of the presentation of Professor Murillo, what will be your take today, this symposium?
When Yemi mentioned that we are here in this large auditorium, maybe it's because we were expecting to have it full in our second meeting, maybe next year, I don't know. Okay, so we really expect that we have many more scholars accepted. This evening we are going to receive the president of FAUBAI, this very large association of Brazilian universities. That is actually the largest one in Brazil. And we have very good expectations that we can have many more scholars accepted. And especially, another thing, not only, I have been contacting all those universities. I have had around 30 meetings with universities. Some of them, our colleagues are here. They will talk during the afternoon about this. Even though I have contacted many times, it was difficult. I think Murilo mentioned that it's quite surprising for you that our largest difficulty are because they are not, all universities not prepared to offer all courses in English, but are improving on this. But I also believe that the pandemic was a very big issue on this. Now I think we are free from the pandemic, and though this university will be more willing to receive more scholars. So we expect that we can receive again the scholars for a new meeting in Viçosa in the next years, and we can have this large auditorium full of scholars.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Vladimir. So before I open the floor for questions, you know, I just want to say that, you know, in FARA we have this thinking. We say, for every problem that you solve in Nigeria, you are solving 1/4 of that problem in Africa, because we are 1/4 of that problem. So that's why the more numbers, and in terms of expectations looking forward in the future, the more numbers you have from across the regions, and particularly Nigeria, since the resources for that are there that we can tap on, the better in terms of impact. So let me open for...
Can
questions? You want to
yes,
come back?
I want to add something.
All right.
What I'm thinking is, with the signing of the MOU, additional 40 universities are coming in. Now, we're only dealing with those that are pursuing masters. And back in TED Fund, what we actually sponsor is not only masters, but we have PhDs. We also have bench work, and we have postdoc. So in my opinion, I think all those 4 components should be incorporated, whereby it's not only masters or PhD. Even those that are ready to come for their postdoc should also apply, while also those that are coming for their bench work should also apply. And I want to pass this information that previously we used to sponsor all courses across the globe. Any course that you read, you will be able to apply anywhere you want, and TEDPON is going to sponsor it. But for now, it is only STEM, only science courses. So it's only science courses that are going to be considered, not arts or humanities and the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think I'll just open space for 3 questions or comments. So if you have questions or comments, please raise your hand, and I'll give you the space. All right, Professor James, ES State Fund. Who else? Okay, Professor Abolabo. I'll start with you, Professor James.
I'm glad to be here today, and I'm very, very emotional. I hope I'll still be able to make my presentation later today. But again, what I've seen so far is the openness, the transparency in the discussion going on here. I share with the position of Professor Murillo. The first thing, I didn't want to come here because I felt there are some senior colleagues that have been in this process that know that have been interacting directly about this issue, our fellows in the university. So the issue of the financial issue, I mean, it's a serious one, which needs to be attended to. And with what I've seen so far, yes, there are gaps. And again, we're still in the learning process, and I'm happy to hear the effort that the Executive Secretary of TED Fund has made, and through the Director of Training, Mr. Abdul. Yep. So there are some suggestions about the issue of releasing the fund and all that. You know, we have cases, you know, we have situations whereby students have to stay in this hostel. I've had the situation whereby I had to, you know, talk directly with those that are renting houses and all that. So I hope and I wish, you know, if there's an opportunity to do, I mean, some of these students, which I consider as a colleagues, you know, coming from various institutions, they're very smart, at least those that are QFG that I know. They have, there are some suggestions, there are some a kind of discussion, dialogue, things that are coming directly from them that could also help, you know, in mitigating or getting over the financial issue. So maybe by the time I make my own presentation, I will come back to talking about the issue of investment training, which of course I hope they also understand that this is a huge investment, which of course they are also expected to play their own part, their own role, you know, in this investment coming through TED Fund and ARIFA and partners. So my suggestion is if there's a way of talking, you know, hearing from them directly, there are some solutions that probably I can project later. Thank you.
Yeah, just before you hand over, though, we don't know where you're coming from. Your
Okay,
introduction.
yeah, I'm from the Federal University of Guayas. I'm an assistant professor from the Department of Pharmacology, Institute of Biological Sciences. So, well, I'm a Nigerian. I've been here for over 12 years.
Yes, okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Oji Abulagba. I'm the faculty focal lead for the center in the University of Benin. I am particularly very delighted to be here to see our people and particularly to interact with the people at the high table now. More interestingly, we have had nominees from the University of Benin, and I know that the executive director of FARA is very keen to make sure that the University of Benin come on board. But immediately after the meeting in Abuja, I got back home, and the Vice Chancellor did letters to some universities and centers and colleges, polytechnics in the South-South zone. And they have made nominations we submitted to us. We are going to screen that as soon as we get back now and make sure that we do another round of submissions to TEDFund. But we want to plead that the ones that we have submitted before should be speedily treated so that our people can come on board. Listening to Professor Morillo, I also want to say that, well, by God's grace, this hall will be full by next time when this meeting is coming on board, because we're going to have more persons. And looking at the area of courses and the areas that have been penciled down, I know we have quite a number of persons that will benefit here. So I'm really very happy, and I'm excited that my Vice Chancellor is seated here, and she has listened and she has heard all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rila. Now to, yes.
My name is Sonny Echono, ES TEDFund. I think my staff did touch one of the issues I wanted to talk about. First, that as beneficiary institutions, we know, and even as scholars, some of us also had similar experiences with you studying abroad. And the first thing you want to sort out is your sponsorship. So I don't understand how, if you don't have the resources, you can apply directly to an institution without even the knowledge of the sponsoring agency. But we'll take it as part of the learning curve, and we'll try and, as my staff confirmed, we took a very lenient view of your position, and we decided to regularize, if you like. But going forward, first, we need to sensitize all the beneficiary institutions, particularly those with faculties of agriculture. And as I did say, we are going to be expanding this program beyond the 6 centers of excellence. You will recall, those who are Nigerians, that we have well-established universities with programs in agriculture, universities like ABU in Zaria, University of Ibadan, Ife, and so on. Then we also have some specialized universities of agriculture that are not currently here. The college Joseph Taruam Takana in Makodi, the Umudike is here, right? Then Akure, no, Abeokuta, sorry, Akure is technology. I think Abeokuta is here. So first, we'll be expanding participation. 2, we need to create the awareness. We need to have the schedule of when your programs run. When do you start, when the semesters, your university calendar. So for how long, how many phases can we come in a year? I recall that it's usually the summer and the autumn resumptions in most countries. If you have such programs running concurrently, so we know at what time we process. Are we going to process admissions once a year, or we're going to do it twice a year, for example? But I believe with the conversations we'll be having later today and tomorrow on the need to also extend the programs not only to other institutions, but also other courses. other disciplines, and riding, leveraging on the cost factors that we consider favorable here, because no fees, no tuition. That makes here very competitive to other quality institutions. So I'm very optimistic, and I want to assure you and the people out here that we will fill this room as soon as we can.
That's it. Thank you so much.
But there's something I also need to tell the scholars. There is responsibility attached to this. All TED Fund scholars should know that once you are sponsored by TED Fund, you have an obligation to go back to your institution. In fact, we expect you to sign a bond with your institution before you come here. And we will use both diplomatic and other ways of ensuring. I need to lay that out very clear. It's either you refund the full cost of your this thing, or we will use our ambassador to get you repatriated back home. This I should lay out there. But again, as I said earlier, we will look at the peculiar challenges you have. I can assure you that anybody that has any, if you are properly documented and all that, and you've not been paid, we will try and fast track that immediately we go home, because I expect that by now everybody who is here should have been paid. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. You know, that's a very interesting point. You know, the point about going back. And I think, you know, the thing about Brazil is that really you reap the benefit of the knowledge, the interaction, the social capital you develop here back home better than here. And it's actually partly why, for example, we are having an ARIFA. Earlier, Professor Bola mentioned, you know, the network that you can build, you know, through engagement with your colleagues and so on. When I was doing my master's in Fortaleza, Universidade Federal de Fortaleza, I was the only person from the only African, right? Then I came to University of Brasilia, also the only African. And today, many of my colleagues are actually professors and leaders in their own right. And they are people I have sent students to, you know, either for short training or for masters and PhD. And then you will have all of those potentials and visibility. People will pay you. For example, again, right here, I was doing the PhD. We got a grant of $50,000 with myself as the principal investigator from ABU Zaria and my supervisor as a co-investigator. And we implemented a project that was funded by FARA at the time. And you know, so it's only in Brazil that you get this kind of opportunities, in my view, because like the ED said, if you go to Europe or you disappear there, you just be another statistics. People will not really see the impact of your work. And knowledge is only useful if it benefits your people, your community, right? Okay, so this is just me digressing a little. I will come back to the high table. There were comments and questions. I will not go specific. I will just ask you if any of you would like to come back to provide a feedback before I give Professor Murillo also. Any follow-up remark?
If I understood also, we would like to know about our calendars and admissions and so on. And as I contacted, during the pandemic, I contacted many Brazilian universities, and then I did it by myself. Now I'm going to do through this association. And the calendars are very different from university to universities, and especially it was because of the pandemic. We are returning to the activities, so it must be different in each university. So I think we can expect that we will build a system by the presidents, and will be on a regular basis, of maybe several times during the year. Some universities will open calls, and other open calls, and so on. We cannot expect that it can follow maybe a regular calendar because of this, but I think in a few months will be a little bit more regular than now.
Yeah. Any parting remark?
Yeah. someone talked about funding, the issue of sponsorship. I want to believe that in TED Fund, we have a seamless process. And I want to believe that we are very honest in terms of implementing our mandates. I can remember there is one of the universities that have an MOU with us. Quite a number of scholars nominated, and I can remember we processed almost 5 billion naira. 5 billion naira. In my department, I know we processed over 5 billion naira. A single person from that list, I don't know him, or I don't know her. And we went ahead, vetted, processed that document, gave it to the executive secretary, and he signed. So I can stand boldly and say that we have a seamless process. So, but the challenges we're having is that in most cases, by the time the funds are disbursed to the institutions, we have our conditions for the award, and they're boldly written there. One of them is the issue of domiciliary account. But unfortunately, you will find out that by the time we send the money to the institutions, instead of putting that money into the domiciliary account, they will rather leave it in Naira. So you can imagine a situation whereby there's a fluctuation in the exchange rate. Definitely is going to affect the value. Yeah. So that's a big challenge. Had it been, institutions will open their DOM account, and by the time we used to pay at the black market rate in most cases. So by the time we disburse and you put that money into the DOM account, then definitely nothing is going to happen to it. But the case is the other way. So that's one of the challenges. And there are issues of surcharging the scholars and the rest. So definitely, with those kind of practices, definitely scholars have to complain. So, but we are going to do something about it.
All right. So I think, you know, perhaps my ED is here. I can say that maybe as far as ARIFA is concerned, we'll try within the purview of the steering committee of the ARIFA and what you can see, how you can make some of our activities streamlined. We will try as much as possible to avoid all the incidents that we've had in the past, to make everything an automatic process so that we avoid this case moving forward.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Professor Bola, any parting comment?
Just to see that going forward, like my colleague Baba Imam suggested now, how we can have PhDs, postdocs incorporated in the MOUs going forward. Because in my university, we are looking at actually having more of postdocs, especially those who had all their training within the Nigerian system, to be able to go on a year postdoc network and have new ideas and come back. And that would be a good plus for us if it can be incorporated in this MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to add to that, actually, this issue you've just mentioned, it's already there. I invite you to read through the ARIFA prospectus. You will see that all of these short courses, postdoc, we have them in mind, and they're there. So it's only a matter of... Okay, Upa. All right. So in the prospectus, you will see that we have these issues.
Sorry, I omitted the issue that was raised about students being either rusticated or discontinuing the program for non-performance. Again, we have a policy. It's something we now have to review our system, because sometimes you realize that for logistic reasons, we do disbursements in bulk. And if a student is no longer, he will be required to make those refunds. So we'll expect that for those who could not continue the program, we need to have the list as quickly as we can, so we can also get the reimbursements or refunds from them, especially for the subsequent ones we've already paid. Because sometimes we do these bulk payments for more than a semester. All right.
Sorry, just an observation going forward about the this lapses in payments and then monitoring the performances of the fellows in the various universities. I know for the Brazilian embassy we have a DEX, the officer in charge of education and cultural issues. And usually they follow up on each of these with specific universities where such challenges occur. It works in many places, and then for instance, we have even dealt with cases where from other countries. In Malaysia, for instance, I'm aware of so many cases. I pass it to the embassy's office, and they go specifically to the universities and resolve these issues and get back to the funders of these facilities, or even pick up issues to resolve issues with the irrelevant universities, so that some of these hitches are overcome in the process. So it is possible to make a smooth movement or smooth conduct of these facilitations. If there are any issues that you think the university, the embassy can come into, the desk officers can have an input in communicating some of the challenges from the funding agencies, as well as from the universities that are creating the conductions, and even the beneficiaries or the fellows that have been trained, because all of them eventually, in one way or the other, get linked up with the embassy, and this can easily be monitored, because now there are improvements on the IT and communications and seamless processes that are going on. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I have just a small question on how can we ensure that we have absolute control on how the programs of the scholars are being run. And this must start from how the scholars are selected. There are scholars who don't have a relationship with the faculty focal leads. And that's a huge gap. So when these scholars return, the faculty focal leads didn't know when they departed, and may not even be aware when they return. So how can the faculty focal leads make use of those expertise in the centers of excellence? So that's one point. The second point is, by the time, when we pushed out the scholars to come over to Brazil, now they are picking up new skills. In parallel, we should be developing where they will return to, so they have a soft landing when they get back home. Now, I'm worried because 12 months, 18 months, 24 months is just like this. Do you see when we started talking about bringing students? In 4 years ago, no, 4 years has arrived. Now, if we do not have the mechanism to get the centers of excellence off the ground before they will return frustrated. We should avoid that. So I don't know how we're going to manage that space, but we don't want a scenario, and I can identify with the young man from Abeokuta, that if you return with good skills, I was in that scenario myself. I came back from the Netherlands energetic, and I was brought into a scenario to do feed them, weigh them. I said, no, that's not what I went to study. I wanted to do isotope studies, labeling, and all of that. But eventually I had to opt out. So what should be important is to prepare a receptacle for them so that these centers of excellence will match their anticipation. And the centers of excellence we should develop with the institutions here. We were discussing Bauchi, for example, with the expertise in livestock with Professor Simoni, And I am particularly interested in that, and Professor Mancha, we were there 2 days ago, to see how we can replicate, not replicate what is here, but to actually take advantage of the genetic merits that we have already developed here and take that into Nigeria so we don't have to start from scratch. So those kind of partnerships must start right away, such that by the time you have people who are studying reproductive physiology, genomics, and all of that, they have a place where they can return to. So just how to manage that space.
Thank you, Edie. So Simone and then Murillo.
So it was really a joy seeing you all here. And as I said previously, I really think that if we didn't have the pandemics, we could have this auditorium mostly full of scholars today. And I hope that we can see each other again in the next, I don't know, 10 years, with much more achievements, much more scholars, and even professors. You know, we can change stuff from Brazil to Africa, from Africa to Brazil, so we can put together the knowledge, share knowledge between both continents. That's what I hope to see in the next few years. Hopefully in 10 or 20 years, we still here learning from each other. Okay, thank you very much, Abdul, and thank you for the opportunity.
Simone, and finally Murillo.
All right, so I understand from all the discussions that, of course, there's a lot of concern about what's going to happen once the scholars return to Nigeria. And of course, that's, if I was on the other side, I would have the exact same concern. Of course, being here, right, my immediate concern is to make sure that the scholars get the best education that they can get. And we're going to work on that. You can be absolutely sure about that. We're willing to collaborate further. I think we're going to have opportunity tomorrow morning, these discussion groups. And we should definitely talk about expanding this to the PhD program. I think it's a natural expansion. I don't know if it's too early to talk about that already, but I think at some point it's something that we should consider, definitely. And it's an easy transition, okay? But my final message here is this. As successful as our transition from a country that had very poor agricultural yields, because I'm an agronomist. I graduated here at UFV in 1988. I was an agronomy student here from 84 to 88. So I started here, Jesus, 38 years ago. No, I'm proud of that, you know. But the point is this: when I was a student here, every course that I took, the professor would start with statistics, right? Numbers. And we were always the worst. Always. Oh, our soybean production is bad. Our bean production is bad. Our rice production, animals, same thing. Our yields were terrible. There were all these problems that we had. So we were not a successful country in terms of food production. But over these 38 years, right? Brazil became one of the world's largest food exporters. We sell surplus. I actually won once a bottle of a very nice Australian wine because I made a bet with an Australian researcher that we were going to surpass them in terms of beef exports in 5 years, and it happened in 3. So I got a very nice Australian wine. So. But why? How did this happen? You see, this is the real point here. It happened over a period of almost 40 years with sustained investments. And in Brazil, it's almost hard to believe that it happened, because this happened over a period in which we had changes of government, changes of administrations with different ideologies. Politics, miraculously, never got in the way. The investment was constant, was continuous. So, and that's the reason why it happened. It was extremely successful. So for this type of transformation to occur, first of all, you need long-term continuous investment. You need stability. independent of politics. And I know every time I say this, IEME says, well, we don't have 40 years. I know that. You need it faster. So maybe we can do it faster. I don't know, but it could be done. But then you need even more stability and continuous funding. And the whole system has to work towards that goal. And if we here can be a small part of that, we'll be really happy, really glad that we could be. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the high table, I thank you very much on behalf of our leaders. You can take your seats. Vladimir, you have a few announcements to make on lunch and coffee break. Lunch, yeah, so this is the lunch time. We are reconvening what time?
We invite you to join us at the bus. The bus will take many people to the restaurant, and I think it will be like less than 5 minutes in return and bring the others. Okay, it's a very short trip, for less than five minutes. You can go and come back because it's not possible to take everyone. So just the first group can go there for the rest, and we return from the same place from the restaurant in maybe a quarter to oh no, sorry.
It's
no,
1:30
a quarter past two. A quarter past two, we're going to return. Is that or not?
This is 1:30.
Yeah, so we expect to start again in the 2:30. So a quarter past two, we return from the restaurant. Okay, start returning.
Okay, I'm just looking at the time since we have taken up part of this 30 minutes here. Maybe if you can give them.
Okay, maybe more.
Yeah.
Let us see how it works.
Yeah, but we'll be here. We'll be here.
Okay, please just come for. Try to see the bus just in front of the building, and we're going to. My staff is going to take the first group. Okay, the first group they will take there to the restaurant, and then we will come for the second group in 5 minutes.